Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another video and welcome to a mountainous paradise where we're going to be building the ultimate theme park set in the mountains. If you guys are enjoying these types of videos, let's get this video to 800 likes and I'll get you the next video as fast as we possibly can. Our new goal is going to be 10,000 subscribers for Christmas. I definitely think we can do this and I could not do this without you guys. Without further ado, grab your popcorn, grab your snacks, and let's get right into the video. Okay, I think one of the first things we want to figure out is where we would like to place our entrance. I think a nice spot would be kind of right in this little area, and what I thought would look cool rather than having kind of coaches, like just buses set up. Obviously it's a little harder to get a bus here than maybe something like a ferry. So I think if I had a ferry, I can actually place it in this area. It's got this white dotted line along here. So I think what I had an idea for if we had some sort of pretend little tunnel coming through here, like say the ferry floated down the river, kind of came this way, went through a tunnel here, and then kind of appeared in here. So kind of like that. So if we put our ferry somewhere around here-ish. So I think what we'll do first is take our terrain tool and we'll actually dig deep into the earth here. Just deep enough and big enough, I think, to maybe get some sort of body of water in there. We definitely want this fairly big. We want to be able to turn that thing around or at least get it out of this tunnel. Let's see how that looks. So let's place our ferry to start. So I think if that seems to be level with the water. So if we place it in here, okay, that should be pretty good. It is floating for now, but I think it is level with the water. So let's see if we place some water right there. Yes, right there. Got our buoys just barely floating there. Oh, and of course I delete it. Let's get it back. Okay, I think that should be pretty good. Now obviously this doesn't look amazing and I can't actually alter this. What we could do is maybe fix this a little bit. Let's lower our size a little bit here. And what we could do is just kind of build it up a little bit here. Just make it look a little bit better. And then obviously I'm not done with that. I can also fix that when the time comes. So now I think kind of what I pictured. So let's maybe place this over here a little bit. We have that. And that'll kind of follow us. So then what I pictured is some sort of platform that we could build over this. Some stairs climbing up to the top. And then that's where we could have kind of our grand entrance. So let's just do a little bit of a tunnel here to simulate. Obviously, again, like I said, I can't actually go into the water. It's kind of sad that I can't. I would have loved to build my ferry kind of over here, but I kind of like the idea of having a nice little tunnel going through here anyway. So let's see if I kind of push this out like this. And I think we'll have to redo our water a little bit. So let's up the intensity a little bit here. Let's create a nice big tunnel for us, kind of going out here, kind of like that. Maybe a little bit taller. We'll allow a little bit of light in here maybe. That should be pretty decent, even just to simulate it a little bit. And then if we could at least push it out to here, I think that should be pretty good. Let's go until we see sunlight here. And now hopefully we can get some water in there. Let's see, we did kind of open this up a little bit. We'll have to delete these rocks. But other than that, I think that's a nice little tunnel for us. So let's take our flattening tool here and let's kind of just flatten it a little bit here. Let's open this up a little bit. That kind of opens up pretty nicely. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's make this nice and rough. Obviously it wouldn't have flattened it too much. Okay, now let's maybe place some water in here. Let's get our clear water. Okay, right there. That should be high enough. We're just barely floating. And now we have some water coming through here as well, so that's pretty cool. And I think maybe we could put some porches or something in here just for the nighttime when our staff is leaving or something like that. Let's see if we can come up with a little parking spot for this. I think if it kind of comes out like this. And this is kind of the ferry people are going to be entering through. Let's see if we can get some sort of stairs for this. So I think if let's build out a little bit here. Well, maybe, I guess it makes sense to maybe have the staircase kind of go up like this. So let's go back a tiny bit. Let's see if we can can we make that a little bit? Let's see if that kind of works. I want a flatter, something like that maybe. And we can kind of fix this a little bit. Is that maybe too steep for stairs? Let's go up a tiny bit here. Something like that maybe. I will delete a little bit of this. This is kind of just to figure out where I want to have my staircase. I think if we park in this little spot maybe, we'll want a little bit of room to turn this thing around as well. Maybe something like that. That's kind of where it comes in. Let's take our terrain and get some sort of flattening tool here. Yeah, I kind of like that. Maybe if the path kind of came around here up to this platform. Let's make this a little bit smaller actually. I think enough for maybe a size 12 road on here. Should be pretty good. We'll have a nice big platform here just to keep a little bit of safety. Obviously we'll put some railings over this. Or maybe what it does, it kind of just comes right up to this and docks here. We can maybe try that. So then if this thing comes up right next to here, docks right next to that. So let's maybe get something with a railing. Let's do a painted metal railing. That might be pretty good. Metal rail, yeah. Let's maybe do a nice blue one. Let's add some rails to that. And let's change which path we'd like. I'd like to maybe keep it something similar to this. Maybe a wooden dock here. Now let's climb up a tiny bit here. And then let's maybe go on to the path here. How's that looking so far? Might need to raise it up a little bit. Up to the stairs. Let's maybe do, oh, I actually kind of like that actually. Let's switch that up and then let's maybe see if we can bring it through here. Does that look pretty cool? And then obviously I can maybe level, obviously for the sake of the game, this ferry will be stationary, but to kind of simulate, I'd love to kind of figure out if you could bring it in here, allow it to turn around, but I think for the sake of this build, and right now we'll have to kind of have it as is, but let's kind of figure this out. We could maybe grab here and maybe raise it up a tiny bit. There we go. Yeah, I like that. Kind of comes up like that, and then let's see if we can even, let's maybe turn it this way, maybe come over the water a little bit. We could raise it up. Let's see here. Kind of comes up like that. And honestly, I don't hate the idea of having it going through a tunnel like that and kind of creating its own little path. Oh, we just have it on line straight right now. So let's actually fix this a little bit, make it look a little bit cooler. Let's put this on curve. So we kind of allow it to curve around here like this a little bit better. We brought this up like this. Let's make it a little bit shorter. Let's go as steep as we can. Let's kind of see what that looks like. That gets us, oh, actually almost to the top. Let's back it up a tiny bit. I kind of want to go up and then turn and then pop up maybe around here and then have our grand entrance right here. That is my goal. So let's see if we can get this curved. Let's see here. Something like that. That looks pretty cool. I did kind of want this tunneling a little bit. Well, let's fix this. We got a floater. We got a floater, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag floater in the comments. Okay, let's take our path and kind of continue up along the cliffside here. I don't mind this either. Kind of like that. And then a nice little, let's see if we can just get to the top here. Like that. I think that looks absolutely incredible. I'm pretty happy with that, honestly. Kind of goes up like that, has some stairs. Keeps climbing a little bit. Yeah, that's pretty good. We don't want it all stairs. We don't want our people tuckered out before they can even walk the entire land or park land here. So I think that's pretty good. And then once we're at the top here, let's get this, let's turn our railing off and have the rest of our park kind of out like this. And then maybe what we could do, I did have a kind of a scenery entrance here picked out. So it's Adventure World Park entrance. And this is kind of what it looks like. I'll just show you quick. It's it kind of ties into the mountainous, rocky theme here. So I think that would be absolutely perfect. And then have this kind of at the top here. And then I think that would look very, very good. Quite honestly, I actually kind of like the placing that it has. Right now, kind of tied into here. I can close this off a little bit. Close it off on this side, maybe with some more fences and pallets, kind of like that. And this could be kind of the entrance, ladies and gentlemen. I definitely like the way this is turning out. Let's take our terrain tool and let's just flatten this just right to here. And this will kind of go, we'll put our fence right up to that. Now let's grab our park entrance here. And let's have this go right up to that. Kind of like that maybe. And then let's grab our height tool here. So you can actually see here, if you're trying to get this nice and flat with the ground, you can see that this has little stakes that's raising up. So if you lower that just enough till you can see those stakes are gone, that should be on the ground nicely. Let's do a check mark here, see what that looks like. Yeah, it seems to be nice and flat with the ground. Nothing's floating. I think that looks pretty good. Let's take our draw tool, set it on curve, and make sure our railing is off. Let's kind of swing this around like this. See what it kind of looks like if we draw this nice and kind of like that maybe. It's kind of a nice little landing, and then we could fill this in a little bit. Maybe take a little square here. And let's see if we can kind of square this off a little bit. Okay, we might have to just build something up, maybe a little mountain here. Or maybe take this fence and kind of swing it around. And then let's take our path. Just a regular old line builder. I wonder if we could get a huge one. Would that work? Yes, that is what we want. Let's take this one and kind of swing it out like that. As much as we can. And then this one, I'll swing it out here. And then if we could maybe have a nice rock in here with some decorations, that might look pretty cool. I like the way this is kind of looking. It'll look a little bit better in a second. So let's take some decorations here. I like the way we have our flowers here. That looks really good. Let's kind of just close this off with our path here. I think that would look the best now that I'm kind of thinking about it. Let's see if we can just close this off a tiny bit. Did that work? Kind of like that? Is that the best we can really do? I think so. Gonna have a nice little garden there. Let's keep this open. I want to keep this kind of the centerpiece. And another thing I noticed is this little guy here. Let's edit our building. Let's fix this. Make sure this is nice and flat with the ground. Just like that. Okay, that's on the ground now. Let's kind of focus on our main entrance here. Let's build up a little bit of terrain. Something really small. Let's keep our hardness on. Let's build a little bit of a mountain here. I love the idea of having a nice big mountain. Or not a huge mountain, but kind of a nice little rocky surface here to kind of separate this a little bit. Something like that. I kind of want it to be the little centerpiece like that. So now let's roughen this up with the chisel. Kind of form it into a nice little rock for us. Yeah, let's leave that little peak like that. And now let's take our paintbrush and let's get our rough rock and kind of paint that around it. Let's up the hardness here. Kind of paint it around like that. Yeah, something like that. And then we could maybe put some trees in here. Let's see what that looks like. Let's get some trees. We probably want some forest trees. What do we want? Mediterranean, tropical, taiga? I think that's the one we're on. So let's set our size to 1 here. Let's ignore that. Let's get a couple of trees placed in here to kind of just close it in a little bit, make it look a little bit more cozy. I'm lost, I'm lost. What happened? Oh my gosh, what happened? Place down a little bit of rocks in here. Make it look nice. I actually like the AI in this game. It seems to make it look pretty decent. The only issue is actually getting them placed down. Get some nice rocks in there, and now let's see if we can get some little bushes in here. I think that looks pretty good. Align the back of it a little bit. Now somebody said, so align to surface, that's what we want. Oh, a little bit too far there. So if we align this to surface, and then it'll actually go to the surface, so that'll allow, or that'll avoid the tree issue of the roots. So kind of like that. Let's fill this in a little bit. Let's keep this nice and scenic. Don't want it too crazy, but we are in a rocky climate. Yeah, let's have a little bit going onto the path like that. Shouldn't trip anyone. Famous last words. Now let's get maybe 1 or 2 trees in here. Yeah, I kind of like that. That looks pretty good. Let's see if we can get a little bit of our plants on the other side here. Fill this in a tiny bit. Oh gosh, it's kind of overhanging a little bit. Something like that. And let's maybe see if we can get some rocks in here. Oh, a little too much there. Yeah, it's not too bad. I don't love the way that this overhangs. Let's just delete those. Let's keep this as realistic as we possibly can. That's what we're going for. A realistic build. Of course, it puts that one down. That's not too bad. If the game had some physics, that would go down a tiny bit. So let's lower this into the earth a tiny bit here, as well as this one. Let's take this, flatten this out a little bit. Make a little bit bigger of a surface, and then we should be able to get something on there. So first let's lay down maybe a couple of rocks. Let's go forward a little bit. And let's just take this big tree and move it into the earth a little bit. A little bit more. That's pretty good. Now what I'd like to do is, now that we've kind of aligned this a little bit, I don't love this. Let's get rid of that. Let's cover this with some paint. Let's paint a little bit here. Do a little grab our paintbrush, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put some rough rock on here and really make it seem like it's really rocky. There wouldn't be any, maybe a little bit of moss growing in here. Something like that. Make it look absolutely epic. And then here we could even, no, I kind of like the way this looks. I wanted to overhang the mountain a little bit, kind of like this is. But I think we'll kind of keep it the way it is. Seems pretty natural. So we'll kind of go with that. We got some floaters here, ladies and gentlemen. Hashtag floaters in the comments. Let's put that into the earth a little bit. I think this one may be a little bit too. Okay. I am pretty content with the way this is looking. I think this landing up here, we could put a little bit more trees as well. Let's make this look absolutely incredible. Kind of just fill in some trees like that, some bushes, something like that. Maybe get some rocks in here. We are in the Rocky Mountains after all. Ooh, that's a hazard. We'll also align these to the surface if we can. This one looks like a hazard waiting to happen. Let's kind of figure out, so we have our entrance here. Let's take this. Okay, we can duplicate that. Oh, let's duplicate it and move. And I think we'll maybe round it off right to this rock here. I think that should be pretty good. Let's bring this way. Kind of round it off a little bit. We're getting a little bit closer. Just like that. Let's take this. Hopefully one more does it. Yeah, that's perfect. Let's angle it a tiny bit. Bring it forward, move it that way. Something like that should be pretty good. Let's take some small bushes and align to surface. Let's place a little bit here. Add a little bit of character. Oh, this one came back on us. And then once we get to the top here, what we could do is some sort of water pool like this. That'd be kind of cool. Honestly, yeah, right here. So let's build up a little bit of a mountain up top here. Let's take our terrain tool and maybe set it to maybe what, 6, 7, surface lock. What does this kind of look like if we build up a nice big, nothing too insane. Let's chisel this up a little bit. Something like that, just to hold a little bit of water in, and then let's paint this a little bit. Actually, I think what we might do is add a little bit of character to this. Kind of like that. Make it look a little bit more rocky. A little more rolly. Sorry for my bad dad jokes. I do have a baby coming in January, so I gotta prepare. Okay, so that's pretty good. Cover this a little bit. Okay, I like that. And then maybe what I had planned is maybe sink this in a little bit. Just a tiny bit. Just enough to get a nice little body of water in here. I think that might look pretty good. I don't want to go too crazy. Okay, I'm pretty happy with the depth there. And then I think if we kind of just take our flattening tool here. Is that a good depth? Is that too deep? No, that's fine. And then we'll have a nice little fenced off thing here just so kids don't jump in it. And then maybe we'll put some fish in it if the game will allow us. I haven't checked yet. See if there's any fish, but that would be cool. Let's maybe really take it under here. I'm a visionary, and my visionary skills are telling me that I should take this all the way under and then add another little pond area over here as well. So I think that is what I will do. So let's just get this one kind of finished off. See, this turned from a park into a moat. We're building a castle here. We're keeping people out. Any intruders that want to enter for free? Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, something like that. And then we'll keep a little surface there. Now let's take our brush again. Let's roughen this up a little bit. Getting some heavy rain. I guess that'll be the issue of where we chose to build our park. We'll have lots of rain in this area. Now, I think if we take our terrain tool, let's go right under here. Let's take maybe 3. I think this will look really cool. Right into here. And then we'll build a nice little ponded area. Over here. I think we'll move that tree. Nothing too crazy, just a nice little pond. Let's move this tree over a tiny bit. And down. Something like that. And then let's maybe lift this up a tiny bit. Just so it kind of holds our water in place. Yeah, I like that. Now let's maybe see if we can lower that a little bit. Okay, just so they can really see this and it looks really good. Kind of flatten that a little bit. Okay, that's really cool. Now, the moment of truth. Let's take our water tool here. If we put some water in here, let's see, might have to make it a little bit deeper here. Something like that. Okay, that looks really good. Now, the question is, what can we put in this little pond? Maybe a little pirate ship or something. Let's clean up these little edges. Let's maybe do the same thing over here. Let's build this up a little bit. Kind of something like this. Maybe a little bit along here. Yeah, I don't mind that. That looks pretty good. And then let's sink this down a little bit. Flatten it out. I think if we maybe, and what we could do is build some kind of archway over to here. maybe like this. Let's see what that looks like. Right over to the other side. Is that cool? I think that's pretty cool. A little natural archway. Yeah, then we can connect to that like that. That's really cool, actually. Let's make sure it's strong enough so it looks realistic. Really build it into the mountain like that. Now let's add some character here. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Nobody's gonna bonk their heads on that. Okay, now let's paint this bad boy. Put our rough rock on here. And make this a little bit smaller. This is quite the grand entrance. I'm definitely happy with the way this is turning out. Just kind of make it look like it's a nice little pit of water. And now we should be able to get this a little bit higher. Let's see. How high can we get this? Right there? I think that's kind of what we're looking for. Let's do a nice mountainous bench. But something also a little bit comfy. I think we'll just go for a nice simple Planet Coaster bench here. Maybe put a nice garbage can by that. We'll keep it nice and classy. Nice bench there, and then maybe let's figure out what we can do. Let's maybe put a little bit of trees and stuff along here. Kind of fill this in a little bit, make it look like a nice little pond. Yeah, that looks cool. Give it a little bit of character. And let's fill this in a little bit as well. Obviously there'd be lots of growth here since there's lots of water. One more there. I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, and now I think I'd maybe like to get a nice big tree in here or something like that. Something like that. That's kind of what I'm looking for. Yeah, I think I like that. I'll keep this kind of open. I can maybe plop down a little bit of trees. Not go too crazy with them. And maybe a little bit of this fancy stuff. Kind of lay it down where I can. No, I think we'll skip that. That looks pretty good. Fairy comes in here. They walk all the way up here through here. Looks absolutely incredible. Up the nice big mountainous entrance. This looks absolutely incredible. Now maybe let's get a little bit more trees. Maybe along here. I'll probably delete some of these just so it's not too crazy. Like this one, I can maybe move back a little bit. Gonna let it poke through a little bit. Kind of natural. This one I'll delete. Let's get some trees kind of along the edge here. We can kind of let the trees do a nice natural railing for us over to this area. I don't love the way this looks, so maybe let's kind of cover that up a tiny bit. Something like that. We'll just kind of leave that open a little bit, and I think let's put a little bit of trees in here. Kind of up behind there. I think that looks pretty good, and then definitely back in here. Let's put some nice big pine trees. Something like that. I think I even want to raise up this little platform here just to kind of give a nice huge mountain and kind of finish this off. So I think let's take our hull and let's set this to maybe about 10. And let's see if we can just create a nice big mountain in here. Make it kind of crazy big. Not too big, but definitely big enough to kind of put some shade and put a little bit more wow factor in this. And then we might have to put some lights up here, but I guess we'll see how it goes. And that will actually hide away this a little bit better, and then I could get a nice little path alongside here. Let's maybe lay a path now. Let's get a staff path and set this to about 4. And which one do we have here? Is that the only one? Well, I can kind of change the color of it, but I think that should work. Let's just lay this like this. I kind of like that. Looks pretty good, and then I'll be able to hide that away a little bit better. So let's... I'm pretty happy with this mountain, actually. Let's maybe just roughen up a little bit. Let's take about 3. Add some jagged edges to it. Kind of something like that, and then let's see if we can roughen this up a little bit. A little bit more with this tool. Yeah, I don't mind that. I think that looks pretty good. I could maybe even... I think this would be a nice little platform for some kind of scenery. Let's see if we could put something there. We have 35,000 left to work with, so we don't want to spend too much. Let's see what we could maybe put there. Oh, this would have been cool up here. Kind of a Viking centerpiece. Let's maybe do that. Let's delete these trees here. We can maybe even build it into the mountain like this. That's kind of cool. And then maybe raise this up a tiny bit here. Just so it's kind of seated a little more naturally. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And then let's get something else in there, maybe. I think maybe if we kind of plop this up here, kind of like a shrine-esque kind of thing. Let's lower this a little bit. So it's all on the ground. I think that's pretty good. Then obviously we'll have to extend this out a little bit. Yeah, this is really cool. A nice little entrance so they can see up there. Be cool if they could see it a little bit better, but... Okay, let's pull this out a little bit. Kind of something like that, just so it kind of sits on it a little bit better. Just fill in a little bit. Put a couple back here. That's kind of cool. I like that a lot. Kind of filling this a little bit. Okay, I'm happy with our main entrance here. Let's figure out where we would like to start the rest of our park here. So what would we like to build? Let's maybe just start with some scenery, or let's just lay down a road. Let's take a regular old path. And obviously we have our staff path here as well. So let's take, maybe kind of keeping it wooden themed, or we can even do cobblestone. That'd be kind of cool as people come in. And railing off. Yeah, let's make this about as big as we can. So I think if we maybe come out like this. Something like that, and then we can kind of have some trees in here. I don't love the way that ended up. Kind of something like that. Then we can fill that in with some sort of water or something. Let's see what we have for little waterfalls. Even just a nice little resort kind of theme. Palm trees probably wouldn't grow here. Let's get Viking centerpiece. That's kind of cool. Yeah, what if we put that kind of right there? Obviously the fire isn't ideal for people being able to see right away, but I think that's pretty cool. And then we can maybe get some water in here or something. Let's see if there's something we like a little bit better. I don't want to overload this area too much, so I think I'm pretty happy with the way this looks, honestly. So let's just get a little pond area in here. If we take our terrain tool, let's push this down a little bit. Just enough to be able to get a nice little pond in here. Let's just see if we can put water in there and how high up. Kind of like that, maybe? I'd like to clean up these edges a little bit better if we can. Okay, kind of something like that. And then we have this is pretty random. Let's maybe just roughen that up a little bit. And then from this main little pond area, and I talked about getting a little ship in here, didn't I? Let's see if we can fit something, a nice tiny little boat or something like that. Kind of something like that. Is that huge? I feel like that's a little bit big. Let's maybe scale that down a tiny bit. Okay, now let's move this over just a touch. And let's kind of sink it just into the water a little bit. Just about there. Okay, that's pretty cool. What I'd like to do is maybe have some sort of dig into the earth here a little bit, and then have all of the stuff over here maybe kind of sunken down a little bit. So let's see, let's set our size to as big as we can, and let's sink in some earth here. Not too much. I think just in this general area. We'll have to delete those trees a little bit. But just as a tiny little walking path for them to kind of go down here. And then let's take our flattening tool, kind of flatten this out a little bit. Okay, kind of something like that. Even just to start, and then let's delete these trees here. Our floaters, and I think we probably have some floaters here as well. Kind of clean that up a tiny bit. And then I'd like to get some decorations along here. Like this would kind of be like the Coliseum of little theme parks. We could put some of our starting flat rides kind of down in here. And we could kind of take our path, even just to get down here. Let's see. Let's keep our cobblestone. If we kind of come off like this. Something that like that looks pretty good. Make it nice and wide, and then down here, let's take our railings off. And let's get this path kind of just going throughout here. Just start. That should be pretty good. And then we'll also need to figure out where we'd like to put some vendors, like bathrooms and stuff like that. I think maybe if we kind of tuck them in the corner like this. How would we like to do that? We could maybe just take a nice little road like this. Kind of just angle it like that. And then we can get some vendors in here. Let's see what we could get for some facilities. I think we'll kind of just keep this light and Planet Coaster themed. Kind of blue. See if we could get some wooden themed. Like we have some shells, I think. See, this one's cool. We could get 2 Viking. That's really cool, actually. I think maybe if we had this here. Let's maybe plop this right about here. And then we might have to... No, it doesn't look like it's floating. We should be able to put that there. That's really cool. It's kind of the centerpiece right in front like that. So I definitely don't mind that. Let's plop some buildings in there. Facilities. Let's maybe get a couple of shops. So I think the first one we can maybe do is a... we will need some guest services. Let's get a guest services building, probably in the first one here. Or we need custom ones, sorry. Staff, guest services. Guest services shop. Can we plop that in without any issues? Kind of like that. I think they should be able to open that. Okay, I like that. Now let's maybe get some sort of food. Dryer, no, we don't want that. Maybe something just light, like they come in, you're just starting the park out, so you want something like, as you're getting your tickets, you just want a drink to kind of walk around. So let's maybe get something for that. Drink shops, let's get milkshake. A nice coffee to walk around, maybe. It's usually the parents that are going to be buying the tickets, so I think maybe a coffee. Latte love. Can we plop that in there? Let's see, does that kind of work out? Not super crooked. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Now, let's grab this whole scene here. And it'll actually snap right to the edge like that, so that's good. Perfect. Let's maybe move it over a tiny bit more. We had a couple shops open here, and we need something for... Let's see if there's like a bathroom one. There's something like that, and then let's see if we can put a bathroom in here. Edit building. I would like to duplicate that and just put it over there for now. Toilets here. Get that in there. Yeah, there we go. Got our bathroom done. Now we could maybe... What else could we put in here? Maybe a couple of food shops. Let's maybe get some more shells here. Buildings. I think blueprints. Some shells we could get. Staff facilities. We can maybe even mix a couple of these. Mythological shop. That'd be kind of cool there. Kind of mix this in a little bit. Get a bunch of different themes going on. And let's get a... Maybe something for burgers or something. Chief beef. Maybe some pizza at the start. Keep it nice and light. Pizza pen. Let's do a pizza pen. Okay, I think that works. Now let's grab all of that. There, now we can kind of put that right up to there. Perfect. Got a little beef shop. I think that'll be pretty good to start out with. We are going to run out of money fairly soon, so we'll also need a... We have our generator here. Let's get another distributor over here. And I don't see why this wouldn't be the absolute perfect place to put that. Let's connect to our generator. Okay, we do have power to there now. And this is... Probably have to flatten this out a tiny bit. Kind of like that. Let's move that back in there. That should be pretty good. And then we can kind of hide that away a little bit with some brush. There, that should be pretty good. We don't want any fire hazards, so let's get rid of some plants around it. And then let's get some bigger trees in here as well. Just to kind of hide this away a little bit. I think that looks pretty good. Now let's kind of figure out what we want to do with this. I think maybe for our first ride, let's get something like, oh gosh, what do we have here? Teacups Resort. Is that all we have to start? Teacups? Come on. Teacups. We can maybe get the Viking upswing. What do we have for custom ones? I think we only have the Iron Claw, Teacups, and upswing right now. The Iron Claw would be probably the best to start out with for our first little rides. So we could maybe do something with that. Let's get one of those. And kind of have it a little bit off to the side like this. Just so it looks absolutely epic when you come in. Something like that, and then we need a park entrance for this. Maybe if they enter kind of around here, and then our exit just right there. Actually, let's put our exit right here. Now let's take our entrance. This is our queue line. Let's see what we have here. Let's maybe do some kind of brick. We could do... That'd be kind of cool. Or maybe this rustic queue. Let's do. And then let's maybe add some rails for this. Kind of something like that. Just a nice little queue line for them, and then a regular one. So let's maybe get our something that kind of matches that a little bit, like this rustic one. Set this to 4. Railings off. Just like that, I think. Looks pretty good, and then we can kind of fill this in with some cool stuff. What could we do for some decorations? Let's check out our scenery here. Let's see if we can put some random buildings. Or even like a nice waterfall back here would look cool. So let's check that out. So let's go to nature. Something like this. Kind of tucked in back here. That's kind of cool. Kind of like that. And then we can maybe build up a little bit of mountains around here. I don't want to hide that tree if I can help it. And let's maybe build up a little bit of a mountain pass over here. Just so it doesn't seem like such a steep incline. And then we'll also need to connect our staff path here. Let's maybe just get this right to here. And then we can kind of just hide this in a little bit. Maybe let's take our terrain tool, set it to about 6. And then we can get a nice little mountain in here. Kind of separate that. We want to try and hide our staff paths as much as we can. Yeah, something like that. Gonna hide it a little bit. Gotta have some crazy big mountains in here. Yeah, I think that looks decent. Let's kind of add a little bit of texture to this little mountain here. Painting it a little bit. I do want to have a little bit of green, like I've said previously, just to add a little bit of character. There we go. This creates a nice little scene for this. Nice little waterfall in here. And then what we could do is maybe put a little pond here as well. I want to try and have lots of water if I can. But this will get our park open, so let's get another distributor here. Broken down already? Wow. Okay. So we'll actually need a mechanic for that. Go forth and fix. Let's get a janitor, and we'll need some garbage cans as well before we open our park. Scenery, park benches. Let's do custom. Let's lay down a couple of garbage cans here. Maybe just some regular ones. Let's get one right here, maybe with a bench. And maybe we'll definitely need one over here. Let's maybe get one right on the end here. Maybe with a bench. Garbage can there, and then we'll kind of have some sort of little food court here. I think maybe if we have some seating in here. But I think once we get some more money, I want to put some more of these down. So we will maybe leave that just for now. And then we'll also need some, maybe a garbage can right at the bottom there. And let's get some benches here. One up here as well. One right next to there. I think that should be pretty good for now. Obviously I want to do something with this. We can maybe get some trees along this. Kind of add a little bit of theme. Kind of something like that to start. Nice if I could get a couple in there. Kind of something like that. Delete that one. And then let's fill in this spot here. I think that looks pretty good. Just kind of fill it in a little bit. Okay. Now, I think this should be fixed. It looks like it is. This one's handling a lot of power, to be honest. I think maybe we'll just leave this one, just so it's kind of doing all this. Let's get another one here. So a power generator. Let's maybe tuck it back in this corner here. Kind of like that. And then we'll need a distributor for this as well. Connect to that. That does get us power for that, so that's good. And then we'll need a little staff path for that as well. It would be cool if we could kind of build it up to attach to that. Let's get crazy here. Let's see if we can kind of tunnel this. We kind of tunnel this around like this. So we can connect to that. I think that's pretty cool. So they kind of go all the way through here. Might need some lights to get to that, but hey, that's something. That's pretty cool. Okay, and then we can kind of just hide this in like this. Maybe just put some trees. Those aren't quite big enough. Let's see if we can get some bigger ones. Temperate rocks, large. There we go. That kind of hides it a little bit better too. Something like that. And then I could get a couple more trees in here. Something like that. Kind of just hides it a little bit. Let's keep a little bit of daylight for these guys. Otherwise they won't be able to see what they're doing. And let's maybe fill in a little bit of stuff like this. Like a little cozier for them while they're working. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Something like that. They'll have their flashlights, right? Do I really need to put any lighting in here? Okay, let's see if we could get some lights. Lights. Yeah, let's maybe just get a couple of these in here. There we go, that should be lined up pretty good. Pretty happy with that. Got some nice lights in here. Let's see if it illuminates it enough. I don't think it will at all. But it is light, and I think it's just glitched out right now. I think that should work. That will give them a little bit of light to get to there. Perfect. Now we can maybe put a little bit of trees up here as well while I'm looking at that. Let's just put some smaller ones in here, kind of in random little spots. Something like that. I'll try and fill this in a little bit better. I mean, if we really... Oh, okay, I have an idea. Let's close this right in with our mountain. Let's do a nice big mountain. Let's build this up nice and big, and then let's take our smaller tool here. Make it a little more mountainous. So that's a little excessive, to be honest. Kind of like that, maybe. And this could kind of overhang it. That's pretty cool. And what we could even do is get this, like, kind of what we built here. With our little arch here, we can maybe do something like that. But on a bigger scale. That'd be kind of cool. Let's see if we can do that. And it kind of merges into that. I think that's pretty cool. Let's make this a little bit better. Make it look like an actual natural mountain. Now let's put this down to maybe 5. Then we can add some character to this. I don't like the way this is. So maybe push this back a little bit. Just kind of open it up a little bit. I don't want people to feel claustrophobic when they're going through this. Something like that looks pretty good. And then let's maybe take this and really make it the mountainous experience. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Something like that, I think. And then let's paint this in with our rough rock again. Make it look rough and tough. Stuck in the tree. There we go. Something like that. Okay, that's pretty epic. I like that for our first ride. Now, I think we could actually even open this park. Let's open these up. And start hiring some people for this. Okay. We got that stuff open. We have a bathroom. I think we should be able to even open this up. Let's test this. I think it should be fine. Let's just open it right up. Price-wise, let's do bargain pricing. $8, that's pretty good. But we can maybe even get a priority pass in here. Something that goes through the mountain and connects to the front. That'd be kind of cool. I wouldn't mind that, but I think we'll hold off a little bit before that. So now let's open up our park and watch the people come. Yeah, they're starting to come now. Hopefully there's enough for them to enjoy, and we will maybe want to build up another little ride here. We could maybe put teacups in here. Maybe we could. Or what we could do. Let's grab our scenery again. I think it was blueprints. I think it was all the way at the bottom. We have this big waterfall that we could plop down. And that might look pretty good right here, to be honest. Kind of tucked into there. I want to make sure this goes all the way on the ground. Something like that. Maybe how does that look? Nice big waterfall. Then we can close this in with a little bit more mountains. I kind of like that. And then we can put some trees in here. So let's do that. Let's pull this up a little bit. And let's get a nice mountain kind of around this. So it looks a little bit more natural in there. Kind of like there's actually a waterfall. Oh, I don't love the way that... Oh, somebody's on there. I don't know who. Things are running for free. We have some guests coming, so that's good. Open this up a tiny bit. I think that's pretty good. That makes it nice and cozy in here. So let's paint this over a little bit. This is definitely looking pretty nice. I'm pretty happy with the way this is turning out. And then we could raise this up a little bit. Just kind of like that. And then maybe connect it to there, which looks a little bit more natural. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. Now let's grab some of our little plants here. We'll just kind of line the path here. Let's align to surface. Just kind of add a little bit of character in here. Maybe a couple of trees up here. Really focus on our decorations. There, I think that looks pretty good. Maybe angle this one tiny bit this way. Just a little more natural. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. Now I'll need to do something here. We can maybe do some more little rocks or something like that. Let's set that to small. Can we put some rocks in here? Or even one big, let's see. Some large ones. Intensity, let's set it off. Align to surface too. Let's see if we can get one in here. That one would be it's a little bit here. Let's see if we can just scale this down a little bit. And then maybe just move it this way. I don't mind that. Nice big rock there. Delete that one, and then we could get some plants in here. Kind of fill this in a little bit. I don't love the way that's turning out. Might have to do some of this manually. Put a couple of trees down here. Oh, we got some heads in the trees. Let's fix that quick. I think that's a little better. And then maybe if we could, we want to keep this kind of open so when people walk down here, they can kind of see that. A couple of nice waterfalls. So let's maybe get... The other thing we want to do is set this to full load maybe. So it won't actually go until it has a full load, or maybe even end load. Just keep this thing rolling. Just actually pretty good. And then we are getting some money now, so that's good. What else could we put here? Nature. Well, something like this might be kind of cool in here. Again, I don't really want to hide it. Let's maybe just grab a couple of trees. The problem is, these are the biggest trees I've ever seen in my entire life. No, let's get rid of those. Give it that rocky look, keep a little bit of grass. Kind of like that. I think that looks pretty cool. What is our rating for... So we got 81% scenery rating. We could do something else. I just don't want to block this. Some planters maybe. I think we could get some trees in here, but just not big ones. Maybe just like one here. Even just something like that. Just give it a little bit of... Just not that huge tree. I think that's pretty good. You can still kind of see it once you get to here. I'm happy with that. We have our first ride. And it's kind of closed in like this. That looks absolutely epic. I'm very happy with the way that looks. So we need more stuff for people to do. And we are getting some money now, so having some shops open wouldn't be a bad idea. Let's speed this up. And let's get a couple more shops. So blueprints, buildings, and shells. What could we put down? We can maybe do a Viking small shop. That'd be kind of cool. Kind of like that. So let's maybe set that down. Let's get maybe like a gift shop in there. That'd be kind of cool. We have some vegetables on the side, kind of, or some plants. So let's maybe get some food shops. This could maybe be a vegan shop, or a pizza pen we already have, I think. Hot dog squad. Sushi. Gelato Bros. I mean, we already have... The only issue is we have some food already.
Hot dog squad.
And, okay. Let's roll with it. Let's put this back like that. It's a little bit crooked. Let's kind of turn this like that. Let's get this guy right on the edge here. Then we can open that up. Perfect. How are we doing for power with this one? Do we still have sufficient power? 45. Let's maybe do a little tune-up on this. That is going to suck if we run out of power. Okay, that's pretty good. And then obviously with this path we could continue on and kind of do more of a little land over here, but I think we'll focus on this big gaping hole and kind of fill this in a little bit more if we can. So let's maybe get some more rides here. What do we have? We haven't reached a prestige level enough where we can get some research points, I believe. Let's check this out. Research. Yeah, we don't have research points yet, so maybe when we do, we could get some tracked rides, maybe something like that. But I think for now, we only have flat rides. I think we do have some coasters, actually. Mountain Descent. Be kind of cool. Cost 23,000. Gulpy Giant one. We need something. This Viking upswing honestly would be kind of perfect. And I think this one, we want it kind of visible as well. So I think if we maybe had this off like this, or even kind of tucked in the corner like this would be cool. Something over here would be great. Let's maybe do this. Let's do this here. Kind of tucked into the corner like that. And then I have an idea with our path here. Let's set this to maybe 8. Get it on our rustic path. Is that the right one? That is not the right one. I think we were on our cobblestone here. Let's take this little path and kind of just go like this. And then maybe if we could kind of loop this back, but I don't know. Let's just do this for now. Something like that, and then we can kind of leave that there. And then we'll have this little path here, and we can maybe put teacups here. Is my idea. And then maybe a nice big roller coaster over here would be kind of cool for this first little park. Obviously, maybe I'll build this up a little bit higher in this little mountain spot. And then we'll also need some... Let's figure out our entrances here. So we have our entrance. Maybe we'll just set this over here like this. I do kind of want it close to this mountain, just so when I build this up, it's kind of covering a little bit like that. Let's square this one off instead. Maybe something like that. And then our regular path. Let's just do 4. Something like that. That should be perfect. And let's test this out. Make sure it's ready to go. And we need some power for that as well. How could we... We could maybe do the same thing. We don't have a generator, but we do have... So this generator, let's get a new distributor over here. This one, I'd like to maybe hide it somewhere. So maybe if we put this kind of in the trees or something, how would that look? Yeah, kind of up here. That wouldn't be a bad idea. Let's kind of keep it realistic, like they kind of... Yeah, let's maybe put it there. We're out it that way. We're out it that way. And kind of hit it in the trees. Something like that. I think that should be pretty good. Then let's connect it to our generator here. So now we have power. That is absolutely perfect, and we should be able to open this up. Let's do that, and let's set our price to bargain, and this will actually raise up as the higher prestige it gets. So we'll allow some people to come to this. Let's check out this ride, see how it's doing. It's kind of flying through people pretty quick. We just need a little bit more rides. We're having people flocking over here. Let's also maybe get... The issue with it having it here is I don't think we'll be able to reach our teacups. So let's just quickly check that. Let's check our Viking teacups. What about a mythological one? That'd be kind of cool to have. Our entrance is here. queue line. I think people should, we'll probably need a bigger one than that. That's the only issue. So let's get rid of this. Let's get our mythological. Let's kind of put it right in the middle here. So people can exit off of here. Let's still kind of have it there, but just have it kind of more in the middle here. Let's take this and kind of jet out this way. Something like that, maybe? Just long enough. I don't think we need it too long. And then let's take our regular one. Let's actually take this path and get it coming a little bit further. Where do we want this to go? I think maybe we'll probably, yeah, I'll start circling it that way. Just to kind of go that way, and then I think we'll lift this up, and then it'll kind of connect to another little area. Would be ideal, so let's set this back down to 4. And just in case people are a little bit dizzy on this one, let's add a railing for them. Let's just a wooden beam one. Or a metal. There we go, just in case they're a little bit dizzy. Give them a little railing. So now let's open this one up. See, that is not close enough. And I think we'll probably need one here as well. So I think maybe if we 57, let's do emergency call and kind of get that fixed up a little bit. Let's get another distributor and kind of set this up. Kind of like that, and then let's maybe just put this one kind of tucked in back here. Something like that, and then we can connect to our generator. Should have power for that as well. Now let's open that up. Set that to bargain pricing as well. Where the heck is all our people? They're all the way down here. Oh my gosh. That looks like a hazard. So they might actually have issues getting all the way here. So maybe let's see if we can figure this out. We may need to get another ferry here. And now this is going to get really unrealistic, as they won't be able to exit. But I think just for the sake of the game, we'll need another little entrance here. Unless that's enough. Or we could... Let's take this one and duplicate it. Kind of just get it right next to that one. Maybe a little bit back. And let's maybe turn it just a tiny bit. Just so it looks a little bit more realistic. And then let's get a little road here. So let's get a path. Get our wooden one with a railing. I think we had our metal park railing. And let's just kind of connect this. Let's kind of just connect it right there-ish. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's take this and lower it down just a tiny bit. Perfect, just so that metal or wooden road goes all the way down. Now let's see if any people come off of this. We're getting a new horde of people coming, so that's good. We'll need some decorations here, so let's focus on getting some terrain going here. Let's set this to maybe 15. Build a nice big mountain. Got one on this side. And maybe along in here as well. That'd be kind of cool. It goes into that like that. We also want to make sure this doesn't actually hit the mountain. I don't think it should. I guess we'll find out here. Oh, it looks like it actually does. So let's bring this back a tiny bit. Just where that's kind of going. Yeah, that should be perfect. And actually I like the idea of this being like a completely enclosed, kind of like that. So they go in through that, like a little tunnel. That's pretty cool. Something like that. That's pretty epic, actually. I really like that. Let's lower just this piece here. Ah, let's roll with it. What the heck? Well, actually, no. And then I'd like to maybe get a little pond area in here if I can. I think that would look pretty cool. We need a little bit more water down here, add some character. We do have a railing, so we should be good for that. That's really cool, actually. Keeping it very mountainous themed. We're all pretending we're mountain goats. Okay, let's put some water in here. That's perfect. That's exactly what I'm going for. Fills it in nicely in there. And then on this side we can maybe put some water as well. Or let's take our terrain tool. Kind of something like that. Let's make this a little bit smaller. Add a little bit of a mountain here. Or a little rock. Kind of like that. Just for the exit. And now let's do a little bit of painting. I think this is well themed. It's kind of tucked into the mountains here a little bit. Okay, something like that. I think that looks pretty good. And then honestly, we could probably, since this is already a boat, let's keep it the same theme. So let's get a nice big boat in here. Let's do the same one we put in the other one. Let's kind of angle it this way, but we'll just change the color of the sail. Okay, kind of put it in the water like that. Let's take our terrain tool and kind of just flatten this area out a tiny bit. Just enough to be able to put some sort of tree in here. Let's maybe just leave this open. I like the idea of that being kind of open. We'll probably put some trees in here. And then hopefully we can get some trees in here now. Oh, it does not want to put any trees down in there. Okay, something like that. Should be pretty good. And then we can maybe make this kind of mythological themed. What do we want to do for that? Like here we could put a couple more trees, maybe hide that generator a little bit more. Or that distributor, sorry. Got a couple of trees. Okay. I don't mind the way that looks. How the heck do you even decorate this stuff? Let's see what we have for scenery here. Maybe a couple buildings or something? Do we put any cool buildings? Not shells, let's do just huge building. What does that look like? Oh, could we... I wonder if we could take that door out and this is kind of the entrance and then we could put kind of the entrance through there. What else do we have? This is kind of a little archway. This could kind of be the exit maybe. How does that look? Doesn't really work for the curved path, but might have to figure something out here. Oh, this is kind of cool. Maybe put this right in here. Even something just like that. I like that. I don't think it impedes with anything. Then maybe just put some trees around it. And maybe we have any live ones? Special effects. Mythology. This is kind of cool. See, that would be good. That's what we're looking for, but it's on an angle is the only issue. But I think we could still make that work. Let's see. If we put it kind of like, or even just right here maybe, and then we can kind of fill in the other. Then we could put some trees in front of here and maybe some plants or something like that. Let's see. Just put some nice plants in front of here. Turn our intensity up a little bit. And then maybe get some on this side as well. Okay, one there. I hate that blue stuff. Yeah, that kind of fills it in nicely, and then with these ones, we'll move them over a little bit. Kind of like that, and then we can maybe get some trees back here. Kind of like that, maybe. That's kind of cool theme. I want to keep this open if we can. So let's maybe put some... Are there any nice rocks we can put down? Some terrain temperate rocks? Yeah, I kind of like that. That's really cool, actually. And then I could maybe put some small rocks in here. Kind of fill it in a little bit, maybe. Maybe not. Okay, I don't mind that. What else could we do in here? Maybe a nice... Okay, yep. Keeping our mountain themed. Let's do this. This is only teacups, so I'm not too worried about. Let's kind of keep it like that, and then once you turn the corner, you see that cool tower, you want to go ride that ride, don't you? I know you guys do. Teacups, can't go wrong. Let's kind of keep it like that, and maybe let's flatten this out a tiny bit just so I don't block this. I still want that to be kind of a statement. And then what we could do is put some water in here. Is what I'd like to do, so let's keep it a nice depth. Kind of something like that. I think that looks pretty good. And then I would like to do something crazy. This is gonna be crazy. So let's take our scenery and a centerpiece like this and kind of raise this up. So let's just make sure it's big enough. I think that's pretty cool. Let's put him aside for now. Let's take our terrain, raise it up. Let's make this just big enough to kind of put him right there. Or actually, let's take our flattening tool And have it kind of come out like that. And then let's take him and get it kind of like that. Which way do we want this focused? Kind of pointing toward the entrance, maybe? Or something like that, maybe. I think that should be pretty good. And now let's take... We could kind of put some nice little plants in front of here. Let's see. Let's keep our little plant theme. Kind of like that. Just kind of cover it up a little bit. And then we could get some water around here. The other thing is we do have some floating here. Let's kind of just fix that a little bit. Set this to about 2. Fix it a little bit. I think I'm pretty happy with that. Let's maybe push this back a tiny bit. And then this we could bring out a tiny bit. Kind of like that. Let's see what it looks like if we put some water in here. Let's get it all the way up to there. I think I'm pretty happy with that. I think it looks pretty cool. The only thing I would change is maybe get rid of this stuff here. Let's push that back a little bit. And what we could do is have this go right over top. Let's do that. Let's take our flattening tool here, make this a little bit bigger. Have a little bit more water in here. And we could honestly take the water all the way over to here. That would be kind of cool. Let's see what that looks like. So let's kind of just do a circle around here. And then do a nice little pond area here. Kind of something like that. Let's take this tree, move it back just a tiny bit. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. Let's maybe make it look a little bit more natural if we can. So let's maybe take it out to here. Something like that. Let's plop some water in there, see what it looks like. That's kind of cool. It kind of surrounds all of this. But I could maybe take it all the way to the mountain and then have this kind of overhang the water. That'd be kind of cool. So let's take our terrain tool. Our flattening tool, sorry. And kind of have this. And now we can always have this path go over the water as well. But if we kind of take it into it like that, we do a nice, let's maybe do that quick. Let's take our path, set this to about 12 or 8, sorry, I think it was. Make sure we're on the right one. Cobblestone, railing on, even just for this part here. And then this part will turn it off. Maybe let's do a wooden railing instead. Oh, I'm getting even more ideas here. I think what I want to do, let's take our terrain tool and raise it up here. And then once we get to here, we're going to come up over the water where there's a nice big mountain, up to the mountain, and then stairs all the way back down to the main path here. railing off. And let's just take this out to here, and then I think we'll kind of climb up. Kind of something like that, honestly. Yeah, let's go with that for now. Let's take our terrain tool again. Raise it up a little bit. Okay, kind of have this overhang it like that. Let's kind of hide that away a little bit. See, what they do here is they take a helicopter, lower the man down to do any maintenance. That's the story there. That is how that gets fixed, in case you're wondering. So yeah, I think if it kind of comes up and then takes some stairs all the way down to there. So we might even need to build this up a little bit higher. A little bit higher. Kind of something like that. Let's kind of just check out. We have some issues here, first of all. Broken down. Let's maybe hire another mechanic. Let's take care of this stuff really quick. Let's get another mechanic here. And maybe another janitor. Let's check out our heat maps really quick. So we have our guest experiences. They're all pretty happy, it looks like. We have good scenery. This isn't protected enough, so we might have to protect that a little bit more so people can't see that. And we need power to here as well. So because one of these is broken down, I think this one maybe is. It's not a super convenient spot for that, but I think we'll roll with it. Let's schedule that to be fixed. And then we'll get some power up for this as well. So something like that. Let's take our path. Let's just dismiss all these. Critical condition. Need refurbishment for all this stuff. So I think Iron Claw will need some maintenance. And then this one we could probably fix a little bit as well. So hopefully they'll get that stuff done. Let's take our path here. Set this to 8. Make sure there's a railing on. Nice wooden one. Let's see if what this looks like. So it kind of comes up. I wanted this to kind of be stairs. Kind of comes up, comes down. Let's build this mountain up even a little bit higher here. I want this to kind of be stairs, so let's build it up a little higher. Let's set this to maybe 10. Kind of something like that, make it a little bit more natural. Kind of something like that maybe. Let's check out our path now. I'm fine with that being kind of a railing. And then once we get to here, there, now that can be stairs. That's what we're kind of looking for. And then we can kind of build up a little mountain pass like that. That's pretty cool. Let's tire them out for absolutely no reason. We can maybe build up a little bathroom up here or something like that. We'll probably need some sort of bathroom down here. So let's take, where's our bathroom? We have this here. So let's take that, add that. And okay, I think that should be good. Let's take that, duplicate that, and put it over here. Something like that. Take our path and set this to maybe a 4. I think our cobblestone one would be the best. And let's take our railing off. We don't need a railing for that. And then just connect that to that. So we do have a bathroom now. Let's maybe set down some, what do you call it? Picnic benches and stuff like that. Let's get our garbage cans. I think let's maybe get a couple of Viking bins. We can maybe put one along here. Something like that. And then get a nice Viking bench to go beside it. Just so you don't have any garbage going down, unnecessary garbage. Let's maybe get one right here as well. I might need some kind of railing here, is what I'm seeing. We can maybe figure that out in a second. Let's get another garbage can right at the bottom here. Something like that. Actually, this is mythological themed. So we will want some mythology benches, something like that will look cool. And what about some garbage cans? Do we have some? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, let's go with that. So we got some benches, some garbage laid out throughout there, and then we also need some water in here. So let's set this right up as high as we can. Now that's looking pretty epic. Got some water in here, I think. Yes, let's build this up a little bit more. Kind of like this, then once it gets to the top, there's a nice little mountain pass. There, kind of like that. It's kind of, as they get to the top, allow them to kind of see down a little bit. Kind of like that, maybe. And then here, let's build this out a little bit more. A little bit stronger. Yeah, I like that. Okay, very cool. And then we could maybe get some trees. Oh, let's paint this a little bit actually first. Let's paint it a little bit, make it look a little bit more rocky. And then up here we can maybe get a bench. Maybe a nice mythological one. Or mythology. This one maybe. With a nice bench. Let's get this one. Something like that. Perfect. And then let's get some trees laid down in here. Just kind of hide this a little bit on either side. Okay, that looks pretty good. We get a couple in there as well. Oh, we didn't have a line to surface on, so these are all going to be floating. Let's quickly fix that. There we go. Now it makes it look a little bit more realistic. Nice big one. That's a little bit too big. Something like that, maybe. Just kind of fill it in just a little bit. I think that's pretty good. Let's fill this in with some smaller bushes. Get a little bit closer so you guys can see. And me as well, obviously. Yeah, I think that's looking pretty good. Maybe a little bit over here as well. This is a good start over here. We can maybe get even another ride over here, or maybe a little bit more water to kind of go under here. I definitely like having water. It always looks really good. How's our park doing? Let's check this out. We might need a couple more rides. Obviously, I wanted a nice big week, $63,000, so having a big roller coaster in here would be perfect. I would love to have a nice big roller coaster in there. What's a little bit more... Let's flatten this out a tiny bit, or maybe get a couple of trees in here. Something like that. Just enough to be able to put some trees down. Something like that. Okay, I think all of these rides should be open. Yeah, it looks like they are. They're making some pretty good money. The other thing we could do is get some more... Let's build our roller coaster first, and then maybe let's take care of this and get some of this built up. So let's check out what we have. I'd love to unlock some different roller coasters. Is the only issue. Let's maybe hire some staff. Let's keep people a little bit happier. Let's get a Greek guy over here. Let's plop him there, and then let's get maybe dinosaur would be cool. A Viking kind of over here maybe. It's kind of cool. Are they unable to get... She have to pee? No, she's good. They're just kind of checking that out, I guess. Are they unable to go through there? No, they're able to go in. Okay, they're good. Okay, so let's... We have a tracked ride. River Trek. This would be absolutely massive. And that's not super ideal for this location. So maybe let's see what we have for coasters. Mountain Descent. This looks pretty cool. It fits in here pretty good, actually. What would be cool? Could we build this up even higher? And then kind of have our lineup like that? That'd be kind of cool. Since it is Mountain Descent, get it a little bit higher up. And let's build this as high as we can here. Kind of like that. Go even a little bit higher maybe. And then push it back into here. And then maybe twist it a tiny bit. Kind of like that maybe. Have some mountains come up over here. I think we can build over here. Yeah, we can build all the way up to there actually. So that is unnecessarily higher, but they'll have to get some stairs. Let's see if we can lower this a tiny bit. Just to keep it making a little bit more sense. See, that kind of comes up like that. I don't think there's anything impeding with the track. We do have this in the way a tiny bit, so let's maybe move it there a tiny bit. I think everything looks pretty good. Perfect. Let's build that. And then we'll need some power to that, obviously. Let's get... Coaster is untested. So let's get our... What path is that? Just cobblestone, I think. Get our queue line with our railing on. I think just a nice wooden one. Kind of something like that. And then this one we can get right beside that. Kind of something like that. Yeah, I like that. And now we just need some power to this bad boy. What I could do is get... Could I build a generator right onto this or something like that? Let's maybe just stick this down here. Or we could put it right behind our bathroom here. Kind of like that. Except not in the air. And we'll need a distributor for this as well. So let's just get this right on the side of that. So now we should have power to this. Should have enough. What does this require actually? Let's see. It uses 29 power, it looks like, which isn't terrible. And then we could get a nice staff path here. Just like that. And then I'd love to fill this in a little bit with something. Maybe some cool mountains or something like that. And then that'll take some pressure off all these massive weights. So let's do a little test here. Actually a pretty fast one. Let's ride this one. Oh yeah. Got a nice little train. It's kind of cool. It'd be pretty good for our first roller coaster. Nice and high up, so it adds a little bit of fear, but shouldn't add too much. Once we put some mountains underneath it, I think it'll create the illusion that it's not as bad. This is actually pretty cool, and that's what they'll enter in. So I think here, if we build a nice little mountain up here, just so people don't fall off that, we could probably open this up. Let's see. Open it up. Let's check our price. Let's set it to maybe bargain. 572. See, I think these... See, this ran out of power. We do have a new generator here, so I think if we take our facilities, let's get some power from our generator to this distributor and allow it to kind of power all that as well. Then they can all kind of share power. Okay, it looks like our first people are riding this for the first time, so let's keep it on speed, and let's get some more money coming in. So let's take some of this pull tool here, and let's just lift this up a little bit. Create a nice big mountain alongside this one. Kind of like that, and if we can, build it right underneath it, and then it lifts the supports as well, so that's what we want. Then it kind of overhangs like that. That's pretty cool. Keeps it a little bit safer. So let's just build some nice little mountains throughout here. Let's kind of lift it all up if we can. It's pretty wild, but I think that should be pretty good. We do have some blockage here. And then... oh, we got a little bit here as well, right on the actual path. So that's not super ideal. And then let's make this a little bit smaller. This we can kind of build up. Attach it to that mountain, give it a little bit more strength. A little more natural. And then what else could we do in here? Let's make this about 10. I still want it to be kind of high up, but it is called mountain descent, so I think if we kind of build it up like this, kind of something like that. A little bit of support. Kind of give the illusion that we built this actually in the mountains. Let's build this kind of over top. Let's do a nice kind of big to skinny path here. Kind of like that. Let's make this a nice big one that kind of covers all of this. And I don't think... Does that impede with anything? No, I think it's fine. What we could do is build this all the way up, kind of like this. So have to come through a big tunnel. Set this a little bit bigger. That's pretty epic. Kind of have it like that. Don't want it to be too crazy. I think that's pretty good. We made 50 grand this month, so that's good. Or that might even be the year, but I don't know. And this is actually floating a little bit, so let's fix that. Something like that. Looks pretty good. Just take our tool here. Gonna flatten this out a little bit. That kind of supports that a little bit. Let's lower this part a tiny bit. Okay, I think that's pretty cool. We're not quite done, so we can maybe... close this a tiny bit, maybe have a little window to see the other side. Maybe not, actually. For some reason I can't fix that, but we'll leave that, I think. Iron Claw has broken down. Hopefully our mechanic goes to fix that. Kind of like that. I think that's pretty epic. Now let's make it a little bit better looking. Just some crazy mountains. Yeah, I think that's looking pretty good. And now let's take our paintbrush here with our rough rock. Let's just kind of paint this in. Actually, I didn't mind that I had a little bit of green. I think just this one will paint in a little bit. Kind of along the edge. That's pretty cool. Okay, we have our mountain descent. And now if we could, let's take our terrain tool and maybe build this up a little bit. Let's see if we can avoid... Let's build a nice big mountain for this to go around. I think that'd be kind of cool. Fix all that after, but... I'll set this to 1. Add a little bit of character in here. Down here would be kind of cool to get some water. So let's lift this up. And kind of enclose this area a tiny bit. Where else could we kind of put some cool mountains? We still want people to be able to see it. Maybe put a nice little pond area here, maybe. Well, let's build it up actually instead. Then we can kind of hide this little area. Kind of hide that a little bit. Even a little bit more. Let's allow a little bit of room for them to fix that if they need to. Oh, those people are moving. The mountain is moving, so they're a little bit afraid of that. That's fair. I would be too. Okay, I think that's pretty good. And then we can maybe get some sort of something to hide that. Right next to the bathroom is the only issue, but I don't think it should be too much of a problem for us. So let's see if we can do a little bit of painting here. This is kind of like the mountain roller coaster at Disney World. Animal Kingdom. Went on that just a year ago now. At the time of my life there. Let me know in the comments if you guys have ever been to Disney World or anything like that. Went for the first time ever. It was absolutely amazing. I highly recommend it to anyone. This looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with the way this is turning out. So maybe a couple more little touches. Okay, so we have had some staff complaints. We don't actually have a staff building at the current moment. So I think having a staff building maybe in this little area maybe might be a nice spot. Ooh, be kind of cool to have it tucked in behind here. That's really cool actually. Let's do that. Let's take our facility and let's do staff facilities medium. So what could we do if we have, where's our staff facilities? Is there a large one? We got medium. We do have large. So that would be pretty epic. We could kind of tuck that in here. And for scenery, let's check out our buildings that we have. Huge buildings. We probably want shells. So let's see if there's any large ones. Staff facilities. That's medium. All the large ones will probably be down here. Guest facilities. Staff facilities large. Oh yes, that is what we want. So that should be pretty good. The actual entrance will be here. So let's see if we can... Let's plop that down and then see if we can move this in there. Something like that. Get our doorway lined up. And then we'll want to twist it a little bit. I think that's pretty good. And then let's get it pushed back. Just so the decorations pull through. Okay, I think that should be pretty good. It actually ended up moving over a tiny bit, so let's move this over a little bit. Make sure our arrow is right in the doorway there. Okay, perfect. That's epic. That's really cool. I actually love that. So if we have this down here, we can have a nice little road kind of leading down there, some stairs. So let's grab this. Hopefully it grabs both of them. Let's move this kind of back in here if we can. Like kind of into the mountain a little bit. Just like that. That's absolutely perfect. I love that. Okay, let's take a road. A staff only. Just a nice one. Let's get just a 4 or maybe even a 6. And let's make sure there's supports on these. Staff only. So we have, let's do railings. Or actually, let's do no railings and no supports for the first one. The first little bit. And then once we get to here, then we can get some rails and supports. Let's see where we need to climb up. To go there. Oh, see, it's not steep enough. I think I want to have this come out a little bit further, so we can get some stairs on here. There we go. That's exactly what we're looking for. Then we can just move that rock. And then this can kind of just swing in around the tree like that. Let's turn our railing off. Make it look absolutely beautiful. Okay. Let's move that. Let's move that just for now. And this big rock, I could maybe even just shift it over a little bit. Oh gosh. Yeah, definitely like that. Let's move this rock here and this rock. And then we can kind of just cover this with some trees, maybe even a nice little pond area in here. We can really do anything we want. Let's do that. Let's make this, first of all, let's open this. I think it should be open already. We can get 16 staff in there, so let's take this and make it about yay big. Now let's kind of sink this in a tiny bit. That should be deep enough. And now let's kind of just make a nice little pond area for these guys. Let's make this the coolest because they are the coolest. Okay. Nice little pond area there. And kind of like that. And let's build this out a tiny bit. Just give it a little extra strength. Kind of like that. Yeah, pretty happy with that. The other thing is we might need this to be a railing if this is going to be the way it is. So let's delete some paths here. And let's turn this into a railed staff only path. So let's just do railings. Connect to that. Okay, that should be pretty good. And now let's plop some water in there, see what that looks like. Is that beautiful? I think that's pretty nice. Nice little pond for them, and then let's get some trees in here for them. Intensity up a little bit, align to surface, and avoid some paths. So let's get some of these trees. I have to turn off avoid paths. There we go. That's working a little bit better. Let's make this nice and cozy for them. Struggling to go right next to the map. We cover it in back here a little. Oh yeah, that's what we're looking for. And then we'll give them a nice little river view, why not? So let's delete these trees here. And we can maybe fill this in. Let's maybe delete that one. Get a nice little side entrance for them. And let's get some smaller ones here. If we can. Kind of fill this in. Perfect. Get a little bit there. That's perfect there. Hopefully we can fill this in a little bit. Yeah, that's something. Okay, that's cool. I'm pretty happy with that. We now have our guest services. Let's maybe fill this in a little bit more, make it a little bit more tucked away. Get some trees on either side here. Maybe a couple more here. And then in here, we could fit in a couple more shops. Would be pretty ideal. And we'll also need to fill this in with some of this stuff. Make it look a little nicer. This dude could not be farther away from... Okay, why are you miserable? Let's see. They are miserable. Fair pay. Break scheduled today. No breaks. Okay, so it is coming up a little bit. My work conditions are bad. What's going on? I can't find an available staff building for my break. Okay, so that should help. So hopefully some of our staff goes there. Got some unhappy people. Okay. Hopefully they get a little bit happier now. We'll see how that goes. And then we have no staff for all of this. Okay, so let's do a little maintenance here. Do a little maintenance there. Not serviced. Okay, you got that fixed, so that's good. We just don't have any staff for that, but I think we'll get that fixed pretty soon here. This one, let's do a little purchasing on that, even though it's brand spanking new. Okay, I like the way this looks, so let's do some paint on here. Roughen the rock a little bit. Okay, this is pretty cool. Definitely love all the water we have throughout here. We got some here. I'd love to have some kind of waterfall here or something like that. Let's see if we can tuck one in there. Go to nature. What do we have for cool waterfalls? Would we fit something like this? Wouldn't be very front and center. Maybe something like that. And then we could have some food in here or something like that. A nice little food court. That'd be kind of cool. Make it look nice. I don't mind that. And then if we had some sort of food court in here, that would be very, very nice. But first, before we do that, let's take care of this food court. So we need a little bit more. We have some scenery. Power generator in poor condition. They will get that fixed, don't you worry, lads. Let's take a look at some garbage. Is there any garbage anywhere? We have a decent amount of people. We just need more research points. Let's see what we need. Unique attractions. We are just missing that. So we can maybe put something cool down. We just need a little bit more prestige. What's the scenery like for this? 100% scenery rating. This one, 100%. This one, 84%. And there's no staff assigned to it. Let's maybe just grab a staff member here. A vendor, a lifeguard. Ride attendant. You now live here. Get that open. Okay. Any load on that, and for this one, I don't think anybody's really come this way. If we have some vendors over here, that'll attract some people this way as well. Let's do any load for that. And then this one we have some people coming now. Okay, perfect. has been miserable for 2 days in a row. What else do they need? Aren't they going... No staff breaks that way? Look how beautiful this is. How could you be miserable? It's beautiful. Okay, well, let's get some scenery. Some shells, and... This is a staff facility. We could... Ooh! Aquatic shop? That'd look kind of cool. Let's maybe get another Greek building, since we have... Actually, I don't love the way this is kind of situated. Oh, let's just leave it. It's probably fine. Let's get some sort of double build, like a resort one or something. Would that be kind of cool? This seems to be a donut shop, so we could get some kind of dessert place. Let's do that. That's kind of cool. Let's get Gelato Bros. Where's that? Let's throw in Gelato Bros. This one seems to work decent. Okay, Gelato Bros. Let's open that up. Select that and let's just move it right there. Open that up. Perfect. And then if we can even get another cool restaurant building here, that'd be sweet. So let's see what we have for that. Guest facilities. We do have a guest facilities. Ooh, this is cool. This is really cool, actually. And we can get 2 buildings in there. I think we have... how are we doing for drinks? So this is a hot dog. That's a pizza pen. I don't think we have any drinks up here. We have guest service, and then we have a drink, some coffee, so we could maybe get some kind of drink facility in here. We could also sell... Let's sell something. I think hats usually does pretty good. Balloons. We could put some balloons in here. Let's angle that a little bit. Get that in there, and then maybe a drink shop. Milkshake place, that'd be pretty good. If we had, yeah, maybe a soda shop, that would be really good. See, that one plops right in there. Okay, and now we could probably open those up. Open those up. Okay, perfect. And now if we had some sort of food court in here, that would be ideal. Maybe kind of tucked in here. Wouldn't be a bad spot for that, so let's see if we can draw one in here. Let's do our rustic, or no, we had cobblestone, I think. Yeah, this one. We could also do another, what would look good with that? Wood? Yeah, we could do a nice little wooden food court. Let's keep our rails off. Let's kind of draw this in here. Something like that. I think that looks pretty good. And then get some chairs in here. Let's go to custom. And let's get some picnic benches in here. I think maybe just some generic ones. We can maybe get one there. One kind of there. One here. And one kind of like that. Let's maybe move this one over a tiny bit. And this one back. Something like that. And then we could get a trash bin right in the middle, and then maybe right on the end here, and maybe right on the end here as well. And then if we got some shade for these guys, so what do we want? I think maybe just a generic. Let's see if we can kind of plop it through like that. And then we can maybe change the color of these a little bit. And like that as well. Okay, perfect. Let's change the color of these. Yellow is nice, but blue is better. So let's do a blue one. Denim. Yeah, blue is cool. Let's maybe get a red one here. And maybe like a mantis. A little bit of color variety. That's pretty cool. And then maybe let's change the color of these benches to match that. That one's blue. This one was a mantis. Just kind of match it a little better, and then we'll get some red. Okay, perfect. That looks pretty good. Got a nice little food court for people to eat. And some garbages. These are sad, sad workers. Miserable. Did it say next month? I could pay them a little more, honestly. That might make them a little bit happier. Making 372 bucks a day? Is there just no garbage for these guys? What else do we need? Let's see what we need for staff. Entertainers. We can maybe get more. I think they just got nothing to do. Facilities. Is there anything else we can get for staff? Mechanic workshop we could get. We could maybe plop that in here somewhere. Gonna tuck a mechanic workshop back here. Would that be cool? With a nice scenery. Let's get a building and a... Go to blueprint first. Yeah, let's get a shell. I think if we got like a Viking one or something. That's kind of rugged. Guest facilities, I think. Staff building. Staff facilities, is this? Oh, this might be perfect. Let's see if we pick this up. Would that just go in there nicely? Are you going to behave? Something like that. Okay. Now we'll just need a path to that. But first, let's kind of pick this up. And move it kind of back here a little bit. Cool. Now let's take our terrain and our flattening brush and kind of just fix this a little bit. And then maybe just lift this up a tiny bit. Okay, that should be pretty good. It's kind of tucked in there like that. And then let's get a staff only path for that. Set it to 4 and no railing. Gonna have it come through here. Something like that. And then I like the idea of having a little more water in here. So let's maybe sink this in a little bit. What else do we need for our staff? I really gotta figure that out. Guest building. Or staff building. That's not horrible. We'll just kind of leave that as is. And then let's kind of just finish this little section. So let's get some water in here. And let's flatten this out. Maybe a little smaller. And then we could probably have something on an island there as well. Something like that. And then have a little bit of water for the people eating food over at the food court over there. We could probably bring this even a little further up to here. Yeah, a little something like that. Hopefully that's deep enough. Okay, let's put some water in here. Oh, that's a little too high. What's our level here? It's a little too high as well. Could go to there. How's that? I think that's pretty good. Okay. I'll put some water in there. And then let's get a nice big boat. Actually, we could put a little scene in here. So let's take our terrain and let's flatten it out here a little bit. Put a nice little scene in here and then kind of flatten that out again. What was our scenery that we liked? It was this one. Something like that. Put it like that, and then let's take our terrain and get rid of that. Okay, something like that, and then we can add our water again. Okay, I think that's a pretty good height. We go up a little bit higher? I don't think so. Okay, that's pretty good. I am happy with that. So now let's paint that. Do a little paint. Look at a nice rough rock. Something like that, and then maybe get some trees or little bushes in here. Fill it in a tiny bit. Something like that. And this one we can move in. And then back a little bit. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. Oh my gosh. Ride attendant has been miserable for 2 days. Do I just need more workers? Maybe? Miserable for 2 days in a row. Maybe let's just get some more. 1, 2, 3. If we have extra staff, they could take more breaks maybe. And then let's have some vendors up here. So these guys don't get miserable. Maybe 2 of them to kind of allow them to take breaks. And let's build a little food court down here. We could maybe, let's take a path and draw something in here. Let's do our cobblestone. Then we can kind of have our shops along there. Kind of something like that. Yeah, I like that. And then we could have some shops back here and then maybe some trees behind them. So let's do that. So I think if we had... Let's check out our facilities here. Let's check what we have for shells. So down here, I think if we had some regular, like what do we have here? Medium guest facilities. Staff facilities. I think if we had a bathroom over here, I guess we have a bathroom right there. So that's pretty central. I like that. Let's get maybe a resort set up like this. That'd be kind of cool, just right along here. And we'll have to lower that a little bit, I think. Or do we not need to? I don't think we need to, actually. Looks like it's floating, but I guess not. So, and then we can get some... Let's just move this back here for a second. And then we can get some... staff facilities in here. So let's get maybe some burgers. I don't think we have a chief beef yet. Oh, freaking out. Okay, let's get that there. Looks like we can just flop that in there. Get that in there, and then in here. We could get some kind of drink. What don't we have yet? Slush hour? That's the one. So let's see if we can fit this in here. Come on. Okay, I think that should be pretty good, and we'll need some power to this stuff as well. Make a selection. I think if we put this right on the edge there, and then stamp back in our... There we go. Okay, let's get some power over to these. We did have a generator. We have our distributor there. If we have a generator... Oh gosh. I think we had another one here. Where was that other generator? Okay, we got a generator right here. So let's get another thing here, and we can kind of put this back in here. That is not at all where that went to, but that works. Okay, put one just behind there. What we could do, actually, let's tuck this kind of right in there like that. I don't mind that. We still have a little bit of room to get through there. Okay, now we have some power. Let's open these up. And then we could maybe get a bathroom or something here as well. This is kind of tropical themed. Yeah, resort kind of themed. So let's just type in resort here. Here we have guest facilities. We could do staff facilities. A nice little shop. That wouldn't be too bad to put there, so let's get a nice shop in there. Maybe hats or something like that. We have food, we have drink. We could do... Maybe some vending machines too, wouldn't be a bad idea. Maybe a gift shop. Let's sell some balloons. I think we already had. So splash. Balloons, just a memento. Sure, let's do just a memento for this. Actually, this is kind of like a donut shop. Do we have any other... So we had Gelato Bros. Is there any kind of dessert? Pizza. We love Let's do a vegan shop here. Okay, I think that should be pretty good. Let's select this and let's get this right on the edge here. Maybe even build this back here a little bit. Let's take our terrain tool and kind of flatten this out a little bit if we can. Okay. We could kind of tuck this back in here like that. That'd be kind of cool. Now let's take a little path. Kind of get to that. That's kind of cool. And then we could fill in this with some trees. Make this a little more tropical-y. Maybe get some trees over here. Something like that. Okay, perfect. Now let's take our stamp tool here again. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. And then what could we get here? Could just fill it in with some trees maybe. I'd like them to be able to see that though, is the other thing. So let's maybe let's demolish the water. And let's take our terrain tool and kind of just push into here a little bit as well. Just a little bit. Okay, now we can grab some water. Yeah, there we go. Now it's right up to there. Beautiful. Now let's get some trees back here. Some nice big ones if we can. Something like that, and then maybe if we can even get little plants in here. That looks pretty good. This one we could maybe move a little bit. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. And then obviously we'll need some picnic benches here as well. So let's get some of those. What theme do we want to go for down here? Maybe just, yeah, let's get some nice resort ones. These are cool. I like these. Now let's put one there. Kind of a place to hang out. I have to move this one over a tiny bit. Okay, and let's select all three of these. Before we do that, let's move this quick. Want to make it perfect. That should be pretty good. Now, hopefully, we can get some canopies in here. These are resort ones. That's resort. Maybe get a couple of them. What about these ones? Would that look cool in here? Yeah, sure. Throw a little bit of those down. I think every second one we could do. Oh, this guy's got the sunglasses up. Elbow deep in a burger. Okay, let's get... maybe right there. And then these ones for the rest, I think. There you go. Some shade for you guys. Okay, and then one in the middle. I think that looks pretty good. That looks really good, actually. And then maybe some garbages. Some resort themed ones. These are kind of cool. Get a garbage there. Garbage there. Maybe one here. And then maybe a resting bench. Like that. I really like those metal ones. Definitely cool. Okay, that's pretty good. Got a nice little food court. Should make people pretty happy. Our staff is not doing well. Because we're miserable for 2 days in a row. See, why are these people so sad? I don't understand. These people seem like they're stuck or something. Can they not access this? I think they can. Oh, there's no power to it. Okay. Yikes. Okay, so let's fix some generators here. And we have this generator as well. And maybe one more somewhere. Okay, we got some stuff fixed. Now people can go ride some rides. Let's do a little bit of maintenance on this stuff. This one's at 91% condition. 76, probably do a little one on there too. We have the money. Do some maintenance and all that stuff, so that should be pretty good. This one's struggling to get some riders. Lots of garbage along here, so let's fix that. Let's get a nice Viking bench here. Let's get some more garbage cans. Yeah, it looks like people are throwing some garbage out, and then let's maybe get some more janitors here as well. Okay, let's quickly take a look at our staff. So these guys are content. They are miserable. Probably pay them a little bit more. Cleaning litter. Do they just have too much work to do, maybe? And we could probably get some more mechanics as well. Okay, so let's try that. Let's get some more mechanics. Maybe 2 more of them. And maybe 1 more janitor. Help clean up all this stuff. And another thing was we could probably get another staff building pretty close to over here. Where could we get that? We did build our mechanic shop over here, which is that open? Let's open that up. Oh. Did we need a mechanic shop to get research points? Maybe. Okay, I guess. Maybe we did need one. Okay. So now we'll get some research points that's coming in, so that's good. And that will allow us to expand. Let's get some... We could probably put a couple of trees in here. A little insane, but kind of like that. Covered it a little more. Okay. Let's get another staff building somewhere here. We have a nice big mountain here. We could tuck it into here. I think I like that actually. So let's get this nice and big, and then we can kind of flatten this in. Something like that. No, I don't think we can adjust that, so we'll have to delete our water. And then we can flatten this out a little bit. Something like that, and then we can put our water back in. I think that should be pretty good. Now let's get a staff building here. Let's maybe just get a medium one. So let's get blueprints, buildings, shell. Let's do stat. Yeah, this is perfect. Something like that. Not tucked in like that. And then we can get a medium staff facility over here. Kind of like that. Perfect. So now we can open that up. Oh, we don't have a path for it, so let's just get a staff path here. Perfect. Now we can open that up. And then let's maybe get some trees. Kind of hide this in a little bit. That's kind of cool. And then maybe a little bit of plants. There, that's perfect. That looks really good. Nobody seems to be coming over here. I think we have limited people as well. We do have quite a bit of money. Maybe let's start a... What do you call that? Attractions and shops. Park rating. I think it is research, maybe. Advertising. That's what we want. So let's do flat ride lovers or flat ride fans. Let's do an advertisement for that. And cost per hour 2,000. Let's just do like that or something like that. Okay, that should be pretty good. That will get some more people coming to ride our roller coasters, or our flat rides, sorry. And then coaster lovers, once we get some more research points, we can hopefully get some more rides here, some more roller coasters. Okay, that pretty much completes this little area. I think it looks quite nice, actually. I could maybe take the terrain and build this up a little higher. Really make a crazy big mountain. Kind of like that. Make it look a little more intentional. That's pretty cool. And back here, I could build this up even higher. I think that's pretty good. Just make it a little bit more grand and then make this entrance. I can maybe build some sort of kind of arch here, but I think it'd be tough to find something big enough for that. So I can maybe do something I did similar for these ones, something like that. I definitely love the way that looks. So I think maybe if we did something like that, maybe a little bit small. Let's set to maybe 7. Let's get this going up quite high. Maybe connect it kind of like that. That's pretty insane. So let's make it even a little bit bigger, and then let's maybe rise this up a tiny bit. And then it is quite large. I mean, I don't know if anybody's 8 feet tall, so just in case we do have Shaquille O'Neal coming to visit our park, let's raise this up a little bit. Kind of something like that. It's kind of twisted like that. I kind of like that, actually. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. And then let's maybe, at the entrance here, let's kind of just raise this up. Kind of like this. Just to make it a cool little entryway. Like you're going into the depths of the sea here. That's actually pretty cool. I like that. Let's push this back a tiny bit. And then maybe to continue this path on, we will want to figure out a place to start here for our next kind of little park here. And then maybe kind of close this in and then finish off our park in this sort of area here. Maybe do something similar to this, but something a little bit higher up like here might be ideal. So what if we take a path? Let's make sure we're on the right one here. Or we could even do a new themed path. Or maybe keep it let's keep it cobblestone all the way through since we kind of did that for everything else. So let's keep this. I don't mind this. Let's maybe set this to as big as we can. And let's just come right off the edge of here, and then we can kind of do some decorations on either side. So if we kind of just come right off the end of there. Maybe even kind of hug the side of the path here. And then this kind of dips down and then rises back up. I don't mind the way that kind of looks. Kind of rises up like that. It'd be cool if we could have some kind of stream and waterfall mountain kind of flowing into here and then down to here. I don't really know how to do that though. If you guys know how to do that, definitely let me know in the comments and I'll do it for one of our future videos. But I think for now, maybe we'll kind of just round this off and somewhat circle it back to this little path here. Kind of something like that, and then we can kind of have a little water park in here, maybe a huge grand roller coaster or something like that. Wouldn't be too bad. And or maybe even have a nice huge mountain. Like I'm talking, like I don't know about that big, but definitely big enough. But I think let's take our path here and then we can kind of have this circle around. Kind of like this. And then kind of just attach up there. Yeah, I definitely don't mind that. Let's kind of close this in with some mountains and maybe kind of make it a little more homey and cozy. So let's build up our first little mountain here. Let's set this pretty much as big as we can. Scenery lock, surface lock. Let's make this absolutely huge. It's going to be a centerpiece for our park. A huge mountain peak. And then we can kind of have rides on either side. I can maybe build up a nice little ride into this. My dream is to, what I've kind of pictured, to have a massive mountain kind of like this, and then have stairs kind of spiral along the entire thing, but a little smaller than this, obviously. Or quite a bit smaller than this, and then kind of spiral, and then have rides going up the mountain as we spiral to the top. So maybe we could even do that with something like this. Let's kind of just start this off. Let's kind of get our main peak coming up here. And then let's maybe build up a nice big mountain here. Make this look absolutely insane. Obviously, I don't want to go too crazy with this. I just kind of want to start it off and then I can kind of sculpt it to be what I want it to be. I want this to be a absolute massive towering arch here. It might be a little bit excessive, but it is kind of gliding into that one. Bear with me, it's not going to look like this. I'm just kind of getting it big enough. This may be a little bit overboard, but okay, now let's kind of sculpt this a little bit. Let's lower this to about 9. Oh, more than that. That's a little bit wild. Kind of something like that. Let's go to the other side. Kind of fix this up. I want this to be a massive, massive, grand archway. That's kind of ridiculous, but I can maybe skinny this out a little bit. Something like that. I do kind of want this to be a little bit closer if we can. Kind of something like that. Let's form this to be a little bit cooler if we can. How does that kind of look? Maybe make this a little bit smaller. Drag this out a tiny bit here. Just add a little bit more character to the rock. And then we'll roughen it up a little bit as well. Kind of maybe something like that. How does that look? Push it down a tiny bit at the top. I kind of like this jagged edge here. And then maybe let's take this and kind of fill it into here a tiny bit as well. Yeah, I think that looks pretty epic. Let's clean this up a little bit. Make it a little bit thinner. Okay, I kind of like that. This one, I might need to make a little bit thicker. Not too much. Maybe even something just like that. Just big enough. And then this one is a little bit... Let's push that back a little bit. Okay, something like that. This is absolutely insanity. Okay, now let's kind of start to form this a little bit as well. Let's set this a little bit bigger. As like I said, this is going to be kind of the centerpiece, so let's see if we can kind of form this into a little bit of a peak rather than just gonna have our peak come up to something like that. And then this big bulbous section, I'll want to form a little bit more as well. Let's check a look at our other mountains. See, those are kind of, there's got some peaks to it. Let's see if we can kind of replicate that a little bit. We are in the Rocky Mountains. Something like that. Have some crazy dips, and then let's kind of form it a little bit more at the top here. Make our brush a little bit smaller. And right at the top, see if we can kind of really peak this off. Kind of something like that, maybe. A little bit more on this side. There we go. Something a little bit like that, maybe. There we go. Kind of like that. We have some unhappy people. We might have to give some raises. We have a decent amount of money here, and let's actually set this a little bit higher so we can get some more money. Let's fix this problem pretty quick. So we got our staff here. Our entertainers, they're decently happy. This guy is miserable. Catherine, she has been for a while, so, and we're actually already at high pay. Okay, we may have to even just fire her. Sometimes they just have a bad attitude, you know? Can't have a bad attitude at a theme park. So they're leaving the park. These guys are content, unhappy, a little bit of unhappiness here. These are all ride tenants. And they're getting fair pay. Let's raise that to high pay, see if that helps a little bit. We don't want to be too crazy here. We actually have a lot of workers. We've got some vendors as well. I mean, I don't want to reward bad behavior, but I mean, won't have a park if we can't have any workers. So let's see if that kind of helps out. And we could even see their brakes missed. Valencia, too bad. She's been great. She's been doing great work. So let's, oh, we can kind of look at their schedule here. On break, edit work block. We could maybe give them more breaks. Is that a thing? Yeah, let's kind of see what that ends up being. We do have some research points, so I wonder if we could. They said there was some work resource or research things we could get. So track ride, water, power, transport. We will want some more. Ooh, go-karts. Oh, okay. Okay, hang on. Go-karts. Go-karts. All the way around this mountain. We will come back to that. I'm not sure if I want to do that yet. I think I do. But we will just see. That'd be pretty epic, honestly. Kind of like racing up around this whole mountain up the peak. It'd be pretty epic. And let's maybe bring this out a tiny bit. Go-karts would be absolutely epic going around this entire thing. Where they would start, I guess we'd kind of have to figure that out. We could start them in the mountain or something like that. That'd be pretty insane, to be honest. Okay, we'll come back to that. So track rides, power tracks, we would get go-karts right away. So I think we'll just get that. I think we're gonna put some go-karts regardless. That'd be absolutely insane. So water, underground well, water tower, coasters. We could unlock a couple more coasters. We won't need any buses. We could get a steam. That's kind of cool. I would like some more flat rides, but maybe some booms. Yeah, I don't know. We'll just wait till we get a little more research points. Let's start working on our go-karts here. Teacups satisfy service badge. Let's quickly take care of that. Okay, teacups. Let's take care of that. Expired service badge. Let's make sure none of our vendors are closed. I think everything seems to be pretty open. Let's check our miserable for 2 days. Man, these people are just the most unhappy workers on the entire planet. Flat rides. I think we want tracked rides. Cut, custom, go-kart. What else could we get? Oh, that'd be kind of cool, I guess. So where would this even start? So that kind of starts here. Okay, I think the starting position for this under this mountain kind of goes around here and slowly spirals to the top and then somehow comes down. We'll figure that out once the time comes. So let's take a push-in tool here. Kind of just start pushing that in. I think if it starts right here, that'd be absolutely insane. So let's take our flattening tool. And I think this will need to be fairly large, maybe something like that, maybe. How big is our track? So track rides. No, it was custom. So I think we could probably get that in there. I don't know where we would put our... Yeah, I kind of like that. Let's maybe even make this a little bit bigger. I think I'm gonna make it level 30. Let's go all the way to the other side. How does that kind of look? I mean, it's not ideal for the moment, but we will need a place for... Let's just kind of lay that down. I just want to see how this would go together if we were to build this. So if we place this down, and then we kind of start building our track, obviously, we'll need a start position. Okay. Let's just place that, and then... Oh gosh. Oh, that's just more cars. Okay. That's kind of cool. Okay, autocomplete. I think they kind of just come and go right on. I don't think there's really a entrance or exit. So I think that's kind of how that goes. Okay. I think we should be able to make that work. So I think if we... Let's get kind of crazy here. Let's raise this up just for the time being here. Just kind of fix it a little bit. Let's take, I think if it kind of starts along here, slowly raises up, maybe even goes through the mountain at the top here, and then kind of comes down, maybe does a little spiral and then back to the start or something. How do we want to do that? Yeah, let's maybe just start that. Let's take our terrain tool, make sure this is plenty big enough. So let's maybe widen this off, make it as attractive as we can. Let's push right through here. Okay. I don't mind that, so let's see if we can place our go-karts here. And this will take a little bit of a learning curve. We maybe just attach it to here. You start like that? I don't know. I guess we'll kind of find out. So let's just maybe place this. We could place this a little bit higher to kind of start, maybe higher up like that, and then we will maybe need an entrance. Let's take our go-kart track. I think if we start kind of like this, and then we can, I think that's a sufficient amount of cars. We don't want any more, otherwise we're gonna have some serious issues. What's this kind of narrow? I think just a standard start. So what does this do? That kind of tilts it. This one raises, lowers, this turns. Okay, so that's pretty good. So let's maybe just turn this. And then once we get up here a little bit, let's maybe turn it and get this going. That seems to be as steep as we can kind of start that out. Let's maybe back it up one. And this one I will get going up. What does this one do? Okay. Kind of something similar to that. Obviously, we'll have to fix that a little bit. So if it kind of starts off like that, gets it going like this, let's maybe do one more of that. Lower this a little bit and kind of start to flatten it out a little bit. and get it going straight. And then obviously we'll want to start climbing to get to this point. And then we can kind of go through the mountain there. And I think it'll kind of automatically do that. So let's keep placing this. Start climbing up here. Obviously you can only do a certain amount before the track starts to run out of, or your go-karts start to run out of power. Okay, that's kind of cool trajectory. I mean, who wouldn't want to ride this? Going all the way up a mountain. Let's maybe flatten out a little bit like this. And I think I do want to test it going all the way through the mountain. But I think if it kind of comes up through here, through the mountain, and then spirals down like this, and then low, and then connecting to the track. Shoot, we'll have to connect to this track. So we might have to actually raise this path over here, and that's not a problem. I think we could do that. We should be able to make that work. This will be pretty insane. So let's maybe get this a little bit lower and kind of get it going like this. This is insane, guys. Let's get this a nice straight shot through here. And then maybe start to turn around here. Maybe a little bit of a less angle. That's pretty crazy. Let's maybe make this a little bit longer. Let's back this up a little bit. I think we want this to kind of be able to spiral around. We also just need more twists and turns for these guys. Let's maybe back this up a little bit. Sorry, Earth. Let's actually go back so our mountain doesn't go crazy. And then maybe from here, we could kind of start twisting back. That's a pretty steep incline. We could maybe put a twist kind of in here, going over this overpass and then through the mountain. Maybe something like that. Don't want this too insane. Oh. Camera got a little mixed up. So then I think from here, if we really start to turn this in now, we could go over top of this and then down. And then I think from here, start to go down a little bit. Keep this a little bit turned as we're turning there. Then this one. Put a nice little twist in here for them. I think, yeah, it's pretty good curvature. Maybe a little bit less. Then have a nice steep incline here. Kind of like that. Into the earth a little bit and then raise up again. Does that look insane? I think that's pretty insane. It's not the safest thing in the world, but this is Planet Coaster 2. I'm not here to make the dream park for kids. I'm here to make the most insane park for kids, which could just be their dream park anyway. So we'll kind of make a nice little butterfly whoop here maybe. And then I think start to turn this way. Put it on a pretty steep angle. Raise this up a tiny bit. This is crazy, guys. So we can kind of come through here underneath that somehow. Oh gosh. Let's maybe raise this up a tiny bit. Kind of something like that, and then we can go under here. Kind of start to go down. Tilt that way. And can I just auto connect here? Maybe. And auto connect kind of like that. And then I'll kind of have to slam on the brakes to get there. Does that work? Oh my gosh. That's quite the go-kart track. Kind of comes up here. We're going to have to ride this and maybe race it ourselves. We'll kind of see how this works, so. Oh my gosh. Hopefully nobody dies. We'll have quite the lawsuit on our hands, but this is a nice little tunnel for them to kind of come through. I wanted them to go through the mountain a little bit more, but we could also build this up a little bit. That's pretty crazy. Okay, I'm quite happy with the way that turned out. So we have now bought that. Let's get our demolishing tool here and just kind of get rid of some roads. And we'll have to build this up to kind of connect back to here, which shouldn't be an issue. We'll maybe just build a mountain over this and then it can kind of follow that. Or maybe even something with just supports. Let's do that. Let's just put some supports, get some rails. We have our cobblestone. Let's just get a nice... What's the rest of our railings like? Got the wooden one. Let's keep the same thing. This is absolutely insane, guys. So let's start raising up here. Make sure that's a staircase. Yeah, looks like it. Kind of like that. That's crazy. That's actually really cool. And then people can spit on them as they drive by. Drop stuff on them. That's pretty cool. Wow, that's insane. I'm actually kind of obsessed with that. I really like the way that looks. Got a nice railing. I don't think we don't have any supports though. So we might have to kind of use our terrain to make some supports. Make it a little bit more realistic here. So let's just raise this up a tiny bit. Just to kind of support that a little bit. And maybe a tiny bit over here as well. Kind of like that. I don't want to come into our go-kart track too much, but yeah, that should be pretty good. Should be nice and supported. And then under here, we'll also raise it up a tiny bit. I mean, that kind of works, I guess. We'll kind of fix this once we, let's kind of go under here. Attach it to our mountain a little bit. Make it look a little bit more natural. Grab maybe 4 here and kind of just clean this up a little bit. Kind of like that, maybe. Looks a little bit more natural. I think it looks like a nice big hill. What I'd like to do is find somewhere to put some water or something. This is totally a safety hazard, but you know what? I don't care. It's absolutely amazing. Maybe put some water along here, along backside of this. And I think we'll raise our mountain up even higher to kind of overhang over this. Get some shadow so our people don't get sunburnt. Having some water in here would be kind of cool. It's kind of already set up for that. So let's maybe pull this a little bit. Push that one back a tiny bit. This is nuts. So let's kind of clean this up too. Obviously that's not gonna fly. That'd be kind of cool though, have a nice big archway. Let's do it. Kind of connect it to there. And this is a little bit, oh, wrong one. We want this wide enough, make sure it's nice and safe. That should be enough height for him. And then let's maybe just pull this way a tiny bit. This mountain really got out of hand. It went from an insane mountain to a go-kart track in not too much time. Didn't take very much time for me to convince myself to do that. But I'm glad I did. Okay, so let's... Oh, camera's bugging out. Let's kind of build that up a tiny bit. This one. Okay. And then obviously we will need to roughen this massive mountain up a tiny bit. That's pretty crazy. Let's figure out how we can get some water and decorations in here. Obviously we'll need some power. May as well just put one of those right next to it. I don't think it should be too hard to hide a generator. We can maybe just kind of tuck one in there maybe. Actually, we do have a generator here. We could actually just attach a generator to this. But then we'll need to get a nice little path for that. Let's maybe clean this up a little bit. Let's take our... So we can get a path back here. And this is kind of hidden back here as well. I'll have to kind of fix that. If we can get a nice path to this, we can put a generator right next to this. Let's make a nice big open area here. Kind of like that. And then let's see if we can get a generator. Let's do a custom one. So we can actually just attach right to that. And let's get a distributor. This is quite the distance, but I think if we put one just right in here. This is probably... Oh, that's actually in the earth. Oh my gosh, this is glitching out. Power distributor. Let's just put it right there. And then we can attach it to our generator. Okay, perfect. And this one is actually on the ground, so that's good. Let's just move this a little bit over here. Oh, it actually just links right to that, so that's perfect. That's gonna be right behind the ride tenant. I don't love it there. Let's maybe just push back the earth a little bit here. And create a little spot just for that. Just so it's kind of out of the way a little bit. People can't really see it, but it is there for easy access. So let's put that there. Just like that, put it on a little bit of an angle. Okay, that should be pretty good. Seems like a decently natural spot for that. And then we'll need to just maybe put some trees under here for a little bit of decoration. I'd love to get some sort of water along here as well. So maybe we could do that. But first, let's get people kind of doing this. Let's test this thing out. See if people survive. So off they go. Let's ride one of these. This is absolutely insane. It's a little issue there, I noticed. I can maybe fix that with that little bump on the corner. That'll probably have to angle the other way. It seems pretty decent. Oh, nobody's falling off of this. This is perfectly safe. Nobody's hitting their head. Unless Shaquille O'Neal comes, we'll just have to warn him, I guess, before he goes on. Oh, whoa, whoa. Cinematic. Oh my gosh. I want to go back a couple of carts. Holy. This is kind of wild. So I think it is approved. I haven't seen anybody... Oh, a little bit of crashing. That's just gonna happen, you know? Oh, he's hot on his tail. The other thing we could do is maybe play some bets. We'll start a race. You comment down below, and then we'll kind of see who wins it. We'll finish decorating, and then we'll do that. And then you can see if you won. These guys are struggling to finish this race. I wonder if it tells you who won. That'd be kind of cool. Okay, that's over. Well done, racers. It's not accessible. This ride is not accessible, so we need a path. Okay, we do need an entrance to it. This will be not too bad, because I think we could just take a nice little path and kind of come through here. So let's put our entrance. Oh, you're gonna make me put it on this side, hey? Oh, are you sure I can't put it on this side? What if we put our queue kind of right here? Obviously we have a generator there. So if we put our queue line right there, and then our exit, we could put, yeah, put it over here, hey? We can put right next to that. And then we could have two paths side by side. So let's get our, I'm gonna kind of push this through the mountain and then kind of raise up to maybe here, right beside here, and that'll be kind of the entrance and exit to our go-kart ride. So let's get our first path. They're still racing away. Let's kind of let them do that. So our queue line, let's pick a path here. This is our race, so I think we're gonna go vinyl queue red, obviously, race car red. Let's get a railing and maybe some supports. Nice red one. So let's get our queue line here. I think if we maybe, can I just go right through the mountain here? Might just take a little bit of finessing a little bit. Now can I just, yeah, can I just, you know, come right through there? That's exactly what I want, honestly. So they kind of just go down the steps. That's really cool, actually. Okay, and now let's get our exit path. This is just a regular old one, so I think we'll just do a 4. And maybe the same vinyl path with some wooden railings. Now let's just get some nice stairs for this as well. That's about the same staircase, so let's get this one just right beside. Just like that. How did we end up with a blue path? I wanted a red one. Let's get a red path here. This is insane. This is definitely the craziest ride I've built. And now we can kind of just swing this right up through here. Just like that. And then obviously I'll fix this a little bit, make it look a little better. That is epic. This just screams, come race up a mountain, basically. That's crazy. So I think we can open this now. Open for business, folks. 22 bucks. That's a steep price, but it's a steep track. So let's do a little bit of decorating here. We got our massive mountain peak here. This is not ideal. So we'll want to kind of fix that. Let's kind of start with that maybe. Oh gosh. Gonna just start with that. Do we want people? I think we do want people to be able to kind of see. They can kind of stand here and watch as the race cars start going. But I think maybe if we take, where do we want to start here? Obviously, this is pretty insane here. We could put some kind of mountain over here. But I think back here, let's get a nice mountain pass coming up here. First of all. Create a little bit of shade. And then I do kind of want this to overhang a little bit. Kind of like that. We are kind of simulating that we built this park absolutely in the middle of the mountains. I live close to Banff National Park, and I have definitely seen some pretty insane mountains in my lifetime. So these mountains will have to be absolutely insane. So that is pretty good. Let's maybe build this up even higher. I think they should have to enter a mountain right from here. And that's kind of the main entrance. Just two massive. That is so cool. And then I wonder if there's like some sort of race car. That is so cool. And we'll have to put some lights in there, obviously. Some kind of race car scenery. Let's see. So custom car. Are there anything like cars? We do have special effects. Car. Here's a car. Resort buggy. We could put this somewhere. Maybe raised up like this. With a platform underneath it. Let's make a little platform for this. That's pretty cool, actually. So let's make just a nice, maybe 3. And then we can get a car in here. What color do you want this thing to be? Put it right on the end like that. Just like that. Obviously it's floating a little bit, so we'll have to fix that a tiny bit. And I get this coming out like that. And then let's flatten this a little bit more back here. Make it nice and flat. And then we can kind of grab this and lower it a tiny bit. Something like that. That's really cool. And then we can maybe put some nice bushes behind that or something. If it lets us. I don't think it'll let us. We'll just kind of let that be, and let's take our mountain and just fill it in a tiny bit here. Kind of like that a tiny bit. There. Kind of like that maybe. I don't mind that. That is sweet. Okay, now let's make this a little bit more jagged here. Let's focus on our mountain, I think, a little bit. Let's lower this a little bit. Let's make this a little bit bigger and then really raise it up over this. Okay, kind of like that. Let's make sure nothing looks unnatural. I think they should have been able to build it like that. Maybe push this back a tiny bit. Something like that. This looks a little bit unnatural. Let's kind of just clean this up a tiny bit. Kind of like that. What else looks weird? It's a little bit of a rippling in here. We have our first takers. Oh my gosh, are people here? Are they riding it? Oh my gosh, we have a queue line. That's the coolest thing I've ever seen. Let's maybe focus in here a little bit. So I think we talked about maybe getting a little bit of a river in here, maybe. Let's just kind of push it in like that. And then let's kind of just flatten it out like this a little bit. Make it just big enough so we can get a nice river in here. If they could start out kind of going right over water, that'd be really cool, honestly. So let's go right through here. They'll have to go right over top of water to start. I really like that idea. Get a little bit of a better angle here for you guys. And for me as well. Get straight across like that. And then obviously we'll still need to be able to access that, but I think they should be able to right through that. That's bright. Kind of something like that. And if this could go right up, oh gosh, this camera is going insane. Let's get this going right underneath. Just like that. Iron Claw has broken down. I think somebody should be on there to fix that. Gonna push this back a little bit. That looks decently natural. Obviously this will be a man-made pond, so let's check this out. How high can we get this going? Kind of like that. That's pretty cool. Hopefully, or obviously we'll have to maybe... we could do better. Let's raise up a little bit of some terrain here. Oh, we need our flattening tool. Let's get a little bit of a platform out here for some kind of scenery. Maybe one there, and then maybe one right on the corner. Or even just another little place for people to watch. That'd be kind of cool, actually. So let's take our road, and we'll have to put a railing on this one. Let's just kind of grab this. Kind of something like that. Oh, we had our vinyl on, unfortunately. We'll just fix that quick. But I did like that idea. We come right off of here. Oh, that is cool. Okay, I really like that actually. That's really cool. So then they'll kind of be able to get a little bit closer to the action. And then if we take our scenery tool, let's flatten this out a little bit. Make it like it once was. For thousands of years. They're off. Hopefully they feel enough speed. So I think here we could put some sort of scenery. So let's see what we have for decorations. Let's go to blueprints. Maybe this aquatic jetty. I mean, obviously we could put something up there. That'd be cool. Or do we have anything else car themed? No. This one. Now this is pretty crazy. But I think that would be pretty epic if we kind of build this into the mountain here. Get it coming right up to it. So it kind of scares drivers. Kind of like that. And then let's take our terrain tool and kind of finesse this a little bit. That's epic. That'd be pretty terrifying. I can even put one on the other side too. Something like that. And obviously here we'll have to kind of fix that. That's kind of cool actually. Kind of built into the mountains a little bit. I like the idea of having this kind of built right into the mountain just like that, as if it's like this thing's been here for thousands of years. Kind of like that. Let's push this back a tiny bit. Perfect. I really like that. That looks like it's been here for a long, long time. Okay, minus this. Oh, it just knows exactly what I want to do. Okay, that is sweet. This one as well. Okay, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. And now I think we could probably put some water in here. Let's maybe raise this up a tiny bit, just so it looks a little bit more natural. Okay, maybe something like that. Go back a couple steps. Okay, now let's put some water in here and see what that looks like. Let's go on the first level here first. Oh, that looks so cool. Okay, I'm quite obsessed with how this is looking. I don't think I want to go any higher than that. I can go up to here. Obviously, that's not what we're going to be doing, so that's perfect. And then in here, I'd like to get some trees if I can. Well, let's maybe just roughen it up in here a little bit. Make it a little bit more rough. Kind of like that. We are built into a mountain after all. Take our size down. I don't love the way this looks in here, but I think it's kind of just the best it could be. Yeah, that's pretty cool. They don't put any helmets on these guys? What are ride vendors doing? You're fired. You are fired. Okay, let's raise it up a little bit here as well. Just kind of hide that away a little bit. And then let's see what we have for trees. I don't want to go too insane in here. Maybe even just some rocks and kind of small plants might kind of do the trick, but let's see. Let's align to surface, ignore paths. Let's kind of just put some nice trees in here. And maybe even some nice big. Could probably get a nice tree in here. Obviously those are too big to fit in here, but this one is also too big. This might be a little bit difficult, but I think if we maybe put a couple here, like that one, we could maybe even move over a tiny bit. I don't love that. But I think here we could probably put some. That's kind of cool, and then maybe along here. Add a little bit of scenery here. Get a little bit of trees back in here. Something like that. This one we will have to move over. That one is a stinker. And this one as well. A little extra cushioning if anything. Okay, that should be pretty good. And then obviously I will want to build up a little bit more of a mountain over here. Oh, I didn't actually finish this off, so I'll need a path to get to here. So let's get our staff path. Just set it to 4, and then we can kind of just connect it like that. Make sure it's not doing anything insane. No, that's pretty good. Actually really cool. This some advanced engineering. I like that. They actually built it onto the railing. Well done. No, let's fix that quick. Kind of just give it a little bit of a leg to stand on. Might be a little bit too much. Yeah, that's pretty good. This is actually really cool. Did I open these things up? So that one's open. That one is open. We got a nice little pond area here to kind of chill out. Looks cool. Are we using the vendors over here? There's no people over here, which is unfortunate. We do have a bathroom over here, so that's good. How are we doing for garbage? We got some garbage cans. A couple of janitors doing diddly squat. We got 34,000 research points and a lot of money. So let's see. Oh, we got miserable for 2 days. Is everybody miserable? Let's see. They just got nothing to do or what? Let's check this out. Park management staff. Okay, people are actually decently happy now. Our entertainers, obviously they got the good job. Let's fire this mechanic. Everyone is decently happy. I think we just maybe didn't have enough work for those guys to do. Pretty happy with that. And then let's try and fill in this area with maybe some trees. Or even a nice big arch as well. I'd also like them to be able to kind of look down into here, so maybe let's avoid that. Let's just maybe clear out a little bit of space for some trees in here. That dude is singing his heart out. Just to be able to get a few trees in here. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Let's get some nice big trees in here. There we go, that's what we're looking for, a nice big one. And then this big mountain. Not too many trees on that mountain, so maybe put something. I think maybe here we'll put some. Kind of just get a little bit of decoration in here. Kind of get it going up the mountain a tiny bit. Maybe a couple more, just kind of fill in that gap. Here we'll put some. Something like that. Maybe get a few coming up here. And then maybe along the end here to kind of just make this a little bit more closed in. Obviously there are sporadic trees in here, but they're kind of just in random spots. And these trees are big enough that they would have been a couple 100 years old already, so we don't want to make it look too unnatural. Maybe drag it in here a little bit. Make it look a little bit more natural at least. Okay, let's maybe roughen up our big stone here. By stone I mean mountain, so let's get our rough rock. Nice big brush. And kind of paint this in a little bit. We'll leave a little bit of grassy spots at the top. Make this look a little bit more rocky. And then I also want to build this up a little bit, so we'll do that in just a quick second here. This is absolutely crazy. The other thing is this is kind of cool to kind of make this even a little bit more kind of like that. Kind of like that, and then we'll have to push this up a little bit. Something like that, maybe? Just in time for people to come. Okay. Now let's maybe just leave that. And then here, build it up a little bit. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't mind that. That is very cool, actually. What we could do is let's pull a little section here. I'd love to be able to get some trees here if we can. And then maybe even a little bit more into the mountain like this. And roughen it up just a tiny bit. Now let's get some trees. Yeah, something like that. Okay, got some trees up there, maybe even a couple up here. Not too crazy. Maybe just in some of the dips that it looks somewhat natural. Maybe even a tree or two up here. be a few more up here actually. Where else needs a little bit of decorating? Probably put some up here. Few more trees. Kind of just fill this area in a little bit, make it look a little bit better. Do we get some smaller trees in here? Let's kind of just fill this in and delete all the bigger trees. Seems to be all big trees that we're getting. This one, probably just lower that one a little bit. Nice little Christmas tree in there. Yeah, that's not bad. And then we'll need a little bit of like bushes in here. I'll just kind of do this just for now and then kind of delete the ones that are in the way. Yeah, kind of like that. Kind of just fills in this little area a little bit more. Again, this is 1,000 years old that we put some dynamite in here and blew a hole in this mountain. So obviously this will have, well, I guess it'd be pretty new if that was the case, but we'll kind of simulate that it's fairly old. Okay, well, we got this one's a little bit in the way. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, pick one and comment down below which one you think is going to win right now. I got yellow right here. I mean, obviously he's probably not going to win because he starts middle of the pack. Oh, I'm doing a terrible job of. There's my guy. I think my yellow guy is right here. Oh my gosh, red. Oh, he spun out. There's a chance for an overtaking here. There's a chance. There's a chance. Oh, green is now in the lead. If you guys chose green, you are the winner so far. Oh, my guy is just struggling back here. Let's check out the lead here. We got a two-man lead. Red has overtaken. And, oh, they're coming down, picking up a little bit of speed. Looks like red will take the win. But I think we got a couple laps to go here. Green has spun out. I think my yellow guy's even coming back a little bit here. I think it's in fifth or sixth. Okay, so they're coming through here. This guy's cruising. He's way ahead of everyone. Green, blue. Oh, my yellow guy is in about fifth position right now. I wonder if I could. So red. I think that's my guy. So yellow, he's right beside our red guy right now. This is crazy. Absolutely insane. Oh, big spin out. Not sure how you screwed that up. So if you guys chose, I think it was red. Oh, he's still just absolutely crushing everybody. He's gonna lap my guy. Is that my guy? I think it might be. That red guy's absolutely crushing it, so he is winning. We can maybe get a couple more trees in here. Kind of just fill in this little area. And maybe even a nice big mountain over here to kind of fill in this spot a little bit maybe as well. Get a couple more decoration trees. Couple down there. Let's make a nice big forest here. For them kind of to go beside. I like that? I don't know if I like that. Maybe put a couple up here. That's a random spot for a tree. Yeah, I kind of like that. Makes it a little bit more epic going through here. Okay, I think what would be the cherry on top of this little section over here is to kind of put a nice big mountain right along here. And I'm kind of picturing this as like maybe in a waterfall back here. Yes, let's do that right now. Scenery. Where was our waterfall? Let's get this guy. And then let's lower this down a little bit. And we could even make this bigger. Let's grab our scale. Let's make this just absolutely maybe a little bit smaller. How big can we go before we start losing trees? About there. That's a decent size. Got some nice big trees on there. Now let's push this back a little bit. Let's see what would happen if we kind of just scooch this whole thing back a little bit. Kind of like that. And then we can grab this stuff and move that back as well. Kind of like that, maybe. Yeah, that's pretty epic, honestly. Right at this little entrance here, and then we can build a nice huge mountain around this. So let's start doing that. Let's put this at max. Let's make this absolutely crazy. Scenery lock. Can we turn that off? Oh, upswing is broken down, so there's going to be a little bit of work for them to do. Absolutely huge mountain. Just kind of lay out the foundations of it for now. We could maybe, let's delete some of these trees. And maybe this one, and then kind of bring our mountain right around this. Make it just absolutely huge. Okay, let's just keep building this way out. I think let's focus on getting this the way we want it to be first. I think if this kind of, let's keep that tree intact. And let's get a little bit more support down here. Maybe, no, let's get rid of this tree actually. Let's kind of hide that, and then the back of it can kind of link to the mountain. Something like that. And then we could probably push this back a tiny bit. That looks pretty epic. So imagine you're kind of just walking along here. You see this massive waterfall here. Let's build this even a little bit higher. Can't get past our other massive waterfall. Or mountain, sorry. Oh, it's pretty crazy. Let's push this back even just a tiny bit. Oh, something seriously broke down. We got some red here. Upswing has broken down. Are you fixed? I think it is fixed. Let's do a little bit of a poor condition. Iron Claw has expired service badge and degrading. So let's do a little bit of a service there. Let's dismiss all of those. People are still a little bit miserable. Who is miserable? This ride attendant. Wait, what? Do you need somebody here? Oh, are they just stuck? I think she's just stuck. Tara Sane. Can't pronounce your last name. Tara. Let's fire her because I think she's just stuck anyway. Not sure how she even got there, but she did. Okay, and this is insane. I actually do really like the way this looks. I can maybe put a couple more trees somewhere. I think at the end we'll kind of just finish this off with some trees. But for now, let's kind of finish our big mountain pass here. I think in here I'd like to maybe have a little pond area. Even a nice big one that kind of goes into the mountain. Kind of like that, maybe. That's actually really cool. I like that. So let's dig down. And this is our new depth for this. And let's kind of go underneath here. I kind of like the way the mountain kind of overhangs, like this little part here. That should be a nice little area for some water. Let's place this down, get it maybe right there. Yeah, that's really cool actually. A nice little natural body of water. And here we could maybe put a pirate ship. Custom, I think we're looking for something like this. That's cool. This is a mythological one. And maybe place it there, and then obviously we will lower this a little bit. Right there. So I think it'd probably stop its buoyancy right there-ish. Even a little bit lower just because of the weight of the thing. Something like that. Then obviously our oars would be a little bit over top because as they're rowing, they'll be able to lift it up and kind of get it like that. So that should be pretty good. That looks absolutely epic. Makes you wonder how they even got the thing here, but we've got a nice wide path, so you could get a semi in here. No problem. Let's put some trees in here. Kind of fill this in a little bit. Couple in here if we can. That looks pretty majestic. A couple up here maybe. And then maybe a couple up there once we get to that. So let's keep our mountain going here. And here, let's get this absolutely huge. Well, let's just keep climbing. Nice big mountain. Kind of take shape here, and then it can kind of tower over this little railing here. Let's just keep climbing. Absolutely huge. Okay, and then we can kind of sculpt that a little bit. Make it a little bit more believable. I think as we get to here, it's a little bit lower. Add some contrast to our big mountain here. And then I think if we take our nice big mountain all the way over to the edge here to kind of complete our park. And then maybe right in the middle here where it kind of Y's off here, a nice big mountain. Absolutely beautiful. Let's bring this up like that. And now let's kind of start to shape this a little bit more. I think let's have a nice big peak up here. And maybe even have a little bit of overhang. This looks pretty wild. And now let's kind of something like that. And now let's kind of start to form this a little bit here. I want this to be a little bit more peaky. Let's kind of form that. I think let's get a smaller brush here, maybe 8. Add a little bit more detail to this. Get a nice big peak kind of like that. And then maybe even bring this peak all the way over to the edge. Kind of like that, a nice big mountain. Push this back a little bit just so these guys don't get hit by anything. Okay, how's the rest of our mountain looking here? Maybe start to form this a little bit as well. 2 might be a little bit. Let's do 4. Maybe something like that. Make it a little bit skinnier here. Just a crazy big mountain. Add a little bit more definition in here, maybe. I think this could be a little bit bigger. Something like that. And then here, maybe push this back a tiny bit. Critical condition here. Let's do a little bit of a fix on here. Dismiss that. Okay, this is absolutely crazy. So now let's do a little bit of a paintbrush with the mountain here. I'm not too happy with how way this looks. So let's fix this a little bit. Do a couple more little hills. Maybe a nice big mountain here. And then here, let's I kind of like that. Let's go a little bit deeper here and push all this back. Went a little bit overboard with that, I think. I still wanted to overhang a little bit. Yeah, I think that's pretty epic. Now let's grab our paintbrush tool here. And let's kind of just start over here. Obviously the edges here will make nice and rocky. Kind of along where they're going to be riding. Really sculpt this into what we want it to be. Nice, huge, crazy big mountain. And I think in here I want to, bring up a hill. Kind Kind of like that. And kind of just form this a little bit better. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Grab our brush again. Love the way that overhangs like that. Okay. Maybe paint a little bit up here. It's really rocky in here. Okay, I definitely like the way this is turning out. That looks pretty good. And now let's do the finishing touches here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put in a little bit of trees to kind of add a little bit of character. Maybe let's... I know I talked about maybe leaving a little bit of space there so people can see through. I think maybe something like that. Where else needs trees in here? I can maybe put some more back in here. I don't want to go too crazy. Maybe just a few here and there. Wherever it kind of looks bare. Maybe a few up here. Just kind of decorate it a little bit. Let's put some maybe throughout here, a couple back here. Maybe get a couple down here as well. Okay, that looks like a mountain to me. Where else could we get a couple of trees? Maybe a couple along here. Maybe a couple more here as well. We'll find a few kind of along here. Just make it a little bit more shaded and cozy. It's pretty bare over here, so I can maybe put a couple... This is kind of what this was missing, just a few trees along here. Maybe a few back here, make it look a little bit more natural. Something like that. Probably wouldn't make any sense to have any trees growing on top of here. Maybe a couple more right there. A few up here. Maybe one or two there. Kind of in all those flat spots where there might be some water buildup, where there'd be some moisture for growth. Definitely more along here if I can. The trees in there. Okay, I think this is looking pretty good. I'm quite happy with the way this has turned out. This is our insane mountain pass. I might have gone a little crazy with the trees there at the end, but this is our crazy mountain pass themed build here. We got all of this amazing goodness throughout here. We got our mountain adventure ride here, lots of flat rides, and of course our insane, and I repeat insane, go-kart track here. So if you guys enjoyed this video, leave a like. Let's get to 1,000 likes if we can, and subscribe. You guys absolutely killed it in the last video, so thank you guys so much, and we'll see you guys in the next one.